Okay, welcome everyone. Hopefully audio is coming through well. Thank you everyone for joining us. So this is the Antinatalist Advocacy Conference 2025, Antinatalists Doing Good. And yeah, I'm Lawrence Anton, one of the co-founders of Antinatalist Advocacy, and I will be hosting you for the weekend. Whether you are tuning in as a committed antinatalist already, someone who opposes antinatalism, or someone that is just here to watch the exchange of ideas that we're going to have this weekend, then we are pleased to have you. Now, I'm going to be going through this welcome address first by introducing Antinatalist Advocacy as an organization, and then I'm going to go more into about the conference and some logistics as well. So to start with Antinatalist Advocacy, so Antinatalist Advocacy is an organization that seeks to help protect sentient beings from the harms of coming into existence. We advocate for refraining from creating new sentient beings, as well as improving the lives of those who exist now and will exist in the future. More specifically, we have two kind of overarching aims that drive our actions. So the first is that we are supporting the antinatalist community to adopt an evidence-based, impact-driven approach to doing good. And the second is we want to redress what we see as an antinatalist blind spot that many other communities who want to do good and have a positive impact in the world have. We hope that the discussions that happen in the sessions over the course of this year's conference this weekend contribute to those aims. So with that said, and that introduction to Antinatalist Advocacy as an organization done, let's move on to the conference itself. So the inaugural Antinatalist Advocacy Conference was 2 years ago, back in 2023, and hopefully there are many people watching today that were at that conference. So that conference happened on a backdrop of what we saw as growing mainstream awareness around antinatalism. That trend has continued, we think, over the past 2 years to antinatalism being more well known now. We've also seen a small but growing number of antinatalists engaging in activism and trying to have a positive impact in the world, both online and in person, trying to bring an antinatalist message to a broader audience. Now, really unfortunately, perhaps the most notable and high-profile case in recent times of a self-identified antinatalist trying to take action would be the Palm Springs fertility clinic bombing earlier this year. Now, of course, this was a horrific, misguided, immoral act of terrorism that should be universally condemned. And we actually believe that happening, it's obviously a tragedy. It makes conversations like the ones we're having this weekend more important in harboring responsible and open discussion about how antinatalists and those adjacent to antinatalism can act in ethical ways to do genuine good in the world. As interest in antinatalism and antinatalist activism continues to grow, we believe that it's crucial to have clear pathways ahead of us for people to take positive action, for it to be constructive action to do good, like pursuing altruistic careers, donating money to charity. And we're hoping that the conversations that happen this weekend help to illuminate what paths those might be and how you can make your first steps on those paths. So yeah, so that's why we've brought Antinatalist Advocacy Conference back for 2025, Antinatalists Doing Good. Hopefully now it's kind of obvious why the theme is Antinatalists Doing Good. We're hoping to provide plenty of actionable steps as takeaways from the sessions over the course of this weekend that you can then go away and do yourself. For those people who want to improve the lives of lives of those who already exist, but also primarily to prevent sentient beings from coming into existence and experiencing the harms that they will do by coming into existence. So the target, to reiterate, the target of the conference, or the target audience of the conference, is not solely those who identify with the antinatalist label. There are people of all viewpoints that can be motivated to protect sentient beings from the harms of coming into existence and the risks that puts them at. And we believe that we should be open as antinatalists to engaging with those who share our motivations, at least on specific issues. Therefore, we'd advocate for the building of bridges between our small and growing community and other communities where we align on specific issues, rather than seeking to exclude others who may not entirely agree with us on everything to do with the antinatalist message, but still share some similarities in what we can pursue on specific issues and in the short term. And hopefully some of the sessions that we have today will explore some of those bridges that can be built. Now I want to just go through a few acknowledgements. I will get my words out. This welcome address is the warm-up for me for the rest of the weekend. So yeah, we would like to extend our gratitude to all of those that have made the conference possible. So first of all, obviously the speakers that you will be hearing from over the course of the weekend. And yeah, they have very graciously given up their time, and we are endlessly thankful for that. Also, the moderators that are helping us moderate and do the admin for the conference over the weekend. And also my co-founder, John Williams, who helped plan the conference. And you will be hearing from more over the course of the conference in his session and the debate that's happening later today. And also, obviously, a huge thank you to the donors who helped cover the costs for this conference. Quick bit on speakers. I know I'm running out of time. Quick bit on speakers over the course of the conference, and then a few bits of housekeeping, and then we will get into the first session straight away. So we will start by hearing from Magnus Vinding, who is going to be exploring how we can approach reducing suffering in a healthy way. He's going to be the first session. Then we will hear from Jonathan Leighton, who will be talking about the practicalities and how we can generally approach tackling intense suffering. We'll then be hearing from the Antinatalist Advocacy co-founder, like I said, John Williams, on his approach to implementing the 5 steps to do good from our guide on the website into his life. And then we will be finishing today with a debate between John and Les Knight, who is the founder of the voluntary human extinction movement, with the motion, should extinction be the aim of the antinatalist movement? And that will be moderated by Klein. We then have sessions tomorrow, but we will cover those in the welcome address tomorrow. Very quick bits of housekeeping. Please keep the live chat of this live stream civil. If you have any questions, please don't put them in the chat. Please use the form that is in the description and in the pinned comment or the pinned chat in the live chat. Please also do like and share the conference live stream wherever you can. All sessions will be uploaded after the conference is finished, so you can watch them on catch up. And lastly, we've done our best to organize the conference as best we can. Obviously, there's always room for improvement, so please be patient with us if there are any technical issues. And also, there will be the opportunity to give feedback after the conference. Very quickly, we are running a fundraiser alongside the conference this year as a way for antinatalists to do good right here and now, and that is for MSI Reproductive Choices. I've put the QR code up on screen now, so you should be able to scan that QR code and donate right away. It's also linked in the description of the live stream. We're trying to raise £750. A really generous donor has agreed to match that. So everything we raise up to 750 is going to be doubled. And we've already had like very generous people come forward and donate. So I believe we're already over a third of the way to our goal, even without the conference starting. So that's amazing. And hopefully that sort of trend continues. I think That is everything. So thank you again for joining us today and listening to the welcome address. And we will be back very shortly with the first session with Magnus Vinding. So see you in a second. Okay, so welcome to the first session of the Antinatalist Advocacy Conference 2025. Hopefully, again, all the audio is coming through and you can hear me loud and clear. So welcome, Magnus, obviously, to the conference. Thank you for giving up your time. So yeah, very quickly before we get into the session, I just wanted to introduce Magnus and what we'll be talking about, and then we can get into it. So Magnus is the co-founder of the Center for Reducing Suffering. He's also the author of several books, including Suffering-Focused Ethics, Defense and Implications, which is an amazing book. Everyone should read it. And also Reasoned Politics. And the subject that we're going to be touching on today is his forthcoming book, Compassionate Purpose. And we're going to be exploring how we as individuals can pursue reducing suffering in a healthy way. So I think that is everything for an intro. Are you happy to give your presentation, Magnus? Then we can get into it.
Yeah, thanks so much, Lawrence, and thank you for inviting me.
No, thank you for giving up your time. Are you doing the slides or you want me to?
So yeah, I just spoke with John about this. He suggested it would be much easier if you did it, but I'm also happy to do it. But
yeah, sure. Yeah. I can get them up. They are up now. Can you see them?
Yeah, I see them. Yeah, great.
Cool. Okay, nice. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, so what I want to talk about is, as it says here in the title, reducing suffering in healthy and effective ways. And maybe it's worth saying why these terms are important. Ultimately, if our concern is to reduce suffering in effective ways, I do think that this other word, or this emphasis on it being healthy, is actually important, and also quite commonsensical, even if we can neglect it a bit. So if we are to be effective, it makes sense that we also need to have healthy bodies and healthy minds. And yeah, if we proceed to the next slide. Thanks. So I've been writing this book, Compassionate Purpose, for the last 3 years or so. And it's a book that explores distinctly personal aspects of this question of how we can best reduce suffering. So most books on ethics, they tend to have this more impersonal angle or third-person angle, often quite abstract angle, maybe even, but a focus on, say, course areas and policies. What's the best thing to focus on out there in the broader world? And obviously, those questions are extremely important. It makes a lot of sense to focus on those, and arguably even to focus primarily on those. But nevertheless, I do think the strong focus on those issues, or near exclusive focus, can also leave quite a gap, namely, like a gap when it comes to the more personal challenges we can have when trying to face the suffering of the world and trying to reduce it in effective ways. And what I mean by that specifically includes things like which kinds of attitudes, mindsets, and habits, and so on are are most helpful when it comes to reducing suffering. And that's, in short, or broadly speaking, that's like the focus of this book that I've been working on. And so I was quite motivated to get into this because I perceived what seemed to be a large gap in the existing literature. And also, frankly, I also noticed myself struggling with a lot of both challenges, but also just questions like, okay, what is actually more helpful here? Is there empirical literature on this that can help at least inform our answers? And so, therefore, it seemed to me that it would make sense to dive into literature and try to learn more. And I have to say, I have learned a ton writing this book. So I'm happy to share some of it with you. Next slide, please. So the book in itself is quite long and covers many different topics, not least unpleasant conclusions, which is one of the later chapters that the other chapters are kind of meant to prepare us for. It's in fact the longest chapter. Also covers questions around the human mind, specifically understanding our coalitional psychology and our status psychology, and how that kind of stuff can really distort our priorities potentially. Also the unique social challenges that can emerge when we try to reduce suffering, or when we have generally values that are quite different from people around us. Dealing with uncertainty is quite a big one, especially, I guess, among people who are trying to be strategic and trying to act also with the long-term future in mind. And not least, I also explore various actions we can take to reduce suffering, sort of returning to the world, which is ultimately the brass tacks of the kind of self-development work that we do for being able to have a better impact. But if we proceed to the next slide, I want to, in this talk, be a bit more brief and focused. Specifically, what I want to zoom in on here are two key topics in the book. One is this issue of compassion versus empathy, which is something that's been discussed a lot. And then another issue, which I'll treat more briefly, is that of self-compassion. So if we dive into the first one, compassion versus empathy. So just some definitions to get clear on what we're talking about here. And as a preliminary clarification, it's worth saying that these terms are kind of fuzzy and often defined in different ways, and one can also argue that there can be a need for further elaboration on the definitions, but just really briefly, these are definitions that sort of clarify what I mean in this context, and I'll also say a bit more about these definitions maybe later. But compassion is commonly defined as sympathy for suffering combined with a desire and motivation to alleviate it. So it's really the desire and motivation part is central there. And then empathy, as it's commonly defined in modern psychology, there's this key distinction between affective or emotional empathy, which broadly speaking, broadly can be defined as sharing the feelings of others. And that's the one that's quite nuanced, actually, like what that can mean. And then we have cognitive empathy, which is about understanding the mental states of others, or like what's also sometimes called mentalizing. And a key point about empathy to stress here about these two types of empathy is that one can be quite high in one without being high in the other. And of course, one can also be high in both or low in both. But yeah, so for example, one can be have high emotional empathy in the sense of tending to share the feelings of others. If others feel sad, one can also become sad and affected, but without necessarily having strong cognitive empathy when it comes to, for example, understanding the underlying preferences or perspectives of others. And then conversely, one can have a high level of cognitive empathy without necessarily having much emotional empathy. Like, I guess commonly mentioned examples would be psychopaths can be very refined in understanding where other people's minds are at without necessarily feeling much in the sense of feeling sorry for them if they're in pain. Okay, so I guess that got the definitions out of the way. If we proceed to the next slide. So, as many of you probably know, Paul Bloom published this book Against Empathy back in 2016. And his argument is a fairly strong one. He argues that we would basically do better without emotional empathy and should replace it with compassion, at least when it comes to our efforts to help others. So Paul Bloom is not at all against trying to help others and trying to help others in effective ways. In fact, he's very much in favor of that. And his view is that emotional empathy often, or tends to, I guess he would frame it even more strongly than just saying tends to. Like, I think he would say, like, almost always it's a distorting factor that it's counterproductive, I think, in his view, basically for two reasons. It tends to be more painful than compassion, and therefore can make us too overwhelmed and focused on our own bad feelings when we absorb the feelings of others or share them. And his view is also that, relatedly, if we get too overwhelmed by empathy, we can also just become less rational when it comes to actually figuring out what's going to help. If we are overwhelmed by empathy ourselves, we just don't have the mental bandwidth to start also thinking about how can we best help and have a beneficial impact out there in the broader world. So what are we to make of Paul Bloom's argument here? That's actually what I want to dive into a little bit, looking at also studies that have been published since Paul Bloom spoke, because obviously it's almost a decade ago now. So next slide, please. Thanks. So good news, Paul Bloom is 70% right. I say a bit tongue-in-cheek, but one thing, this is more, this is both a conceptual and an empirical point, but like conceptually and empirically, that these are largely distinguishable. That in particular, we really can have the desire and motivation to relieve suffering, that is compassion, without having to, at least notably, share the suffering that we see out there ourselves. And I think for some of us, at least myself in the past, this can be a bit of a maybe revolutionary insight, because we might think that if I am to be effective at reducing suffering out there, I have to take it in, and not just a little bit, but really take it in like maximally and feeling it so much myself. I suppose for some of us that can even be perhaps a sense of guilt, that we might almost feel a bit of an obligation or a duty to take in the suffering that we see out there, because otherwise it might seem cold or so. If we don't take it in like a really big way. But I think it's a really valuable point that we can actually have this desire and motivation to relieve suffering. It really doesn't strictly have to imply that we deeply feel the suffering of others, let alone that we get overwhelmed by it. I say this, there's a good reason why there are these parenthetical words, largely and notably there, because as we'll see later, there are some relevant qualifications to this. But yeah, I think this really is a key point to keep in mind as we sort of progress towards what's a balanced or optimal view here, all things considered. So yeah, if we progress, thanks. This again speaks to the way in which Paul Bloom is right, namely that so there are studies generally finding that if we make this distinction between compassion and empathy, and in particular between compassion and empathic distress, like the distress we can feel when we feel empathy, and compassion generally, studies find is a stronger predictor of charitable donations, and more generally, like arguably, it's a stronger motivator for helping others. And this is obviously extremely relevant in a context where, at the end of the day, we do care about our behavior and our actions. So, yeah, and the next point is on the next slide, I think. So that's like one good thing is the behavioral effects seem better. And then likewise, compassion, of course, for ourselves, the psychological effects it has on us, it likewise seems to be less painful for us than emotional empathy, and is likewise linked to greater other-oriented focus and less focus on ourself. There is this also literature on this term, construct self-oriented empathy, which is again this like overwhelmed, like we see suffering out there, we feel suffering in ourselves, and as a result, a problem of ours now becomes to deal with that suffering that we feel. And because we then can become so focused on that, we can kind of lose sight on what goes on out there. So both when we look at behavioral effects and when we look at the effects on us, arguably, overall, yeah, it seems that compassion is, what can you say, like the better one to rely on. Yeah, if we proceed to the next slide, thanks. But then there is also some bad news, unfortunately. Again, a bit tongue-in-cheek, Paul Bloom is 30% wrong. So some of the studies I just cited, they also find that compassion and emotional empathy, including empathic distress, they are quite correlated, like a weak to moderate correlation between them. And I think this quote from these two neuroscientists is also quite relevant in this context, where they say there is considerable evidence showing that affective empathy is a precursor to compassion. So like, while they are like largely distinguishable, it's also true that they do have considerable overlap to the best of our knowledge. Like, and so that does obviously complicate the picture. We can't simply say just have this one and not the other, when in fact there is a kind of maybe overlap at the root or so. Yeah, if we proceed to the next slide. Yeah, more importantly, when we again look at the behavioral effects, we find that emotional empathy and specifically empathic distress, and in fact brain markers of empathic distress, is also a predictor of charitable donations, even though it's a weaker one than compassion. And yeah, in the study, they report that empathic distress predicted donation even when controlling for self-reported care, that is compassion. So, and there's also another literature which is distinct from this one, but where they find that having experienced greater pain in the past, or experiencing more pain currently, such as by having your hand in ice cold water, it leads people to make more sympathetic moral judgments and to be more inclined to help others. So that further complicates this picture. And again, like is evidence against Bloom's very like simple narrative of just rely on compassion and be against emotional empathy. So yeah, if we proceed to the next slide. So yeah, this I think is my hope when I went into this issue and started exploring it, writing about it, was that I really hope Paul Bloom was right, and I hope that we could have this happy story of just rely purely on compassion and really like almost suppress emotional empathy. But I think a closer look at the science just doesn't really support that picture. I don't think overall the evidence supports this idea that we would do better or be more ethical without empathy. And I even think that it's potentially a dangerous idea if we embrace it, because as we just saw, like it does seem to be related to compassion, and it has real additional behavioral effects, beneficial behavioral effects beyond just compassion. So yeah, if we look at the next slide. So then where does all that leave us? I think as a safe upshot, we can say that it makes sense to increase compassion, right? It just doesn't seem warranted to be against emotional empathy. At the same time, we don't necessarily have much reason to increase it either, because it's true that we do see these genuine pitfalls of empathic distress and increased self-focus. So we can sort of fall into that a little bit. There's a real risk there. And so therefore, yeah, a safer, more helpful recommendation, it seems, is to go in the direction of increasing compassion, relying more on compassion generally as a motivator. So yeah, if we proceed to the next slide. And this obviously is quite loosely speaking, but it seems like, yeah, we can perhaps reasonably speak in terms of some kind of optimal balance of compassion and emotional empathy. And maybe, yeah, again, if we look at these different effects, perhaps, and again, this is obviously like very loosely speaking, but something like 80-20 or 70-30 in favor of compassion might overall be the most, can we say, like the most helpful if we are trying to really stay motivated to help out there in the world. Namely, it gives us a strong and sustainable motivation to help others, like including also the beneficial effects that emotional empathy seems to have, but where we like achieve a kind of balance where we continually work to reduce suffering, but without being overwhelmed by empathic distress or Weltschmerz, like this almost despair and overwhelm and pain that we can feel when looking at the suffering of the world. So yeah, I think that concludes the part about compassion versus emotional empathy for now. I should maybe quickly say that obviously it's not as though the science is fully settled, but I would say, yeah, from having read many different studies of this, I would say something like this picture seems to me the best supported in light of the current evidence. So yeah, if we proceed to the next slide then. Oh yeah, so then there's the practical question: how can we actually increase our compassion? It's all well and good to say, let's go in the direction of more compassion, but how can we actually increase it? And fortunately, there is relevant evidence here. So people for a long time, I mean, even dating all the way back to Buddhists who have been practicing compassion meditation, but in recent years, this has been also subject to scientific studies. And these studies I cite here, these three, are all meta-analyses that explore the effects of compassion meditation, that find beneficial effects, like maybe not surprisingly in terms of our own well-being, but also not least in terms of the behavioral effects. So actually increasing our compassion and increasing our motivation to help others. And what I've included here as just some suggestions in case people are interested in checking these out. I find these compassion meditations on YouTube to be quite good. So one is the guided compassion meditation by Mark Pfeiffer, and another is a 15-minute guided meditation for compassion, where this latter one actually integrates a lot of really great elements from psychology that you can just tell it's not that it's being said, but like it integrates a lot of great stuff from also the literature on compassion-focused therapy as developed by Paul Gilbert. But yeah, and then the next slide, please. And this is like the second suggestion. Another quite interesting literature exploring this aspect, namely that it turns out compassion isn't just like some kind of passive or inert state that happens to us automatically, but it's often a motivated and deliberate choice. There is quite interesting literature on this. I can actually recommend this Cameron 2015. It's a talk that you can find on YouTube. You'll find the full reference at the end of my slides here. But what they find is that, I mean, highlighting that compassion is often a deliberate choice that can actually be quite empowering to realize that it's not just you have to have some kind of, say, particular emotional state in order for you to act in a compassionate way. It can also be at the level of your deliberation and your more explicit values that you can make this choice, both, of course, in everyday life decisions as well as in major life decisions. And then the book I've included here is a book by a guy named James Kirby, titled Choose Compassion, which also delves into generally the science of compassion and also has a chapter on how to increase compassion. So yeah, great. Let's move to the next slide. Thanks. So this is the other topic that I briefly wanted to touch on, and I think it's also extremely important, and it's, I would say, surprisingly important. I was surprised getting into this literature because I thought talk of self-compassion, that sounds a bit wishy-washy. It sounds like what's even the use of that? But yeah, to first get a definition out of the way, self-compassion simply roughly means to be compassionate and supportive toward ourselves. And most importantly, and that really is the most important part, it involves the absence of harsh self-criticism. So when it comes to self-compassion in the literature, what's really most important is just really, as is true of most things in life, but like the absence of the bad, the absence of the really harsh and destructive self-criticism. Virtually all the benefits of high self-compassion seem to come from that, like the absence of that self-harshness. So to then quickly address some common misunderstandings when it comes to self-compassion, it doesn't amount to self-pity or self-justification or rationalizing our own actions or so. So it's not about feeling sorry for ourselves or being defensive or being lazy. If we go to the next slide, we can see that's, in fact, it's just the opposite when we look at the actual effects of, or at least associations of, being high in self-compassion. Because it is correlated with almost all great things in terms of psychological traits, namely greater self-control, reduced procrastination, and quite importantly, a greater willingness to acknowledge and correct personal mistakes, which makes some sense, right? Because if a personal mistake doesn't lead to you being really harsh, punitive toward yourself and actually making yourself feel a lot of pain about it, then it makes sense that then you can more readily face up to a mistake and say, I really made a mistake. I'm not going to be harsh to myself about it, but I am going to correct it and do better. And just also broadly across many different measures of mental and physical health, find self-compassion is associated with lower levels of anxiety, stress, and depression. And this also applies in experimental studies that it can be really helpful to increase self-compassion for these issues. And it also correlates with health behaviors, which again isn't surprising. If we care about ourselves, we would also care to actually take good care of ourselves, namely healthy eating, exercise, and sleep. And it's likewise correlated with better immunity and reduced inflammation. So yeah, if we proceed to the next slide. Yeah, and this really is important in our context, and why it's really worth emphasizing self-compassion. I think, namely, that harsh self-criticism or low self-compassion, that is a key predictor of compassion fatigue and burnout. And compassion fatigue is basically when we witness a lot of suffering and then eventually become overwhelmed by it. There's some discussion in the literature that compassion fatigue is not a great term, because it's arguably not the compassion that fatigues, but more the empathic distress, actually. But anyways, but in light of this key finding about it being so relevant for burnout, maybe surprisingly relevant, right? Because you might think that it's the amount you work, or it's how much you focus on the world out there that predicts it. But actually, the key, seemingly main predictor, is actually how we relate to ourselves about it, this harsh self-criticism. So that suggests that it is a prime target for preventing burnout when seeking to reduce suffering. As much as it sounds maybe too soft or the like, that it has empirical support. So if we proceed, thanks. And again, probably the key single intervention that's been studied for increasing self-compassion is self-compassion meditation, which has been found to, effectively increase self-compassion and reduce shame. And this second point is interesting for people who wonder, like, if one has some budget for meditating, what's the most effective way to meditate for beneficial effects, both personally and interpersonally. And interestingly, there was this small study, so it should be interpreted cautiously, but in this study they found, with having two groups of people, where one was doing, they did the same duration of 5 minutes of meditation twice a week for 10 weeks. One group was doing focused attention meditation, and the other group was doing self-compassion meditation. They found greater reductions in stress, in trait anxiety, and depression in the self-compassion group. And actually, also, this was among college students. They also found that at least in some tests, they did significantly better in the self-compassion group in an objective test performance. So that's all quite interesting, I think, and maybe, well, if nothing else, it can maybe provide some motivation to try this out. If we go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So finally, for some more resources on self-compassion, this has obviously been very brief. Like, a specific compassion meditation that I would recommend is this one called Self-Compassion Break by Christopher Germer. It's also available here on YouTube. And then for further information, like lots of sources, studies, and more about how one can increase self-compassion, there's this website, selfcompassion.org, maintained by Christine Neff. And there's also this book by Christine Neff and Christopher Germer that's specifically about self-compassion for burnout, which might be an especially relevant book for people seeking to reduce suffering in light of these studies that we looked at. Yeah. So if we go to the next slide. Yeah. So this is basically the end of the stuff I prepared to talk about. This is the literature for those who are interested. Obviously, these are just some of the studies that have been done on these issues. There's really quite a large literature at this point on compassion and empathy, and including self-compassion. And if we go to the very last slide, it's just I want to say that this book I've been writing, it will be published early next year, will be available for free, like all my work. And then you can find more information on how we can best reduce suffering on the website of our organization, the Center for Reducing Suffering. So yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Magnus. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to reading the book once it's properly out. I had a few questions that came up from what you were saying. So I was wondering, you know, you kind of mentioned that, I can't remember what it was specifically you were referring to, but there was something in what you were presenting that you said you were kind of skeptical towards when you first approached it, right? You kind of thought it was like wishy-washy, this sort of stuff. And I've kind of had I've had that same experience with things that are often referred to as like spiritual. You know, it's kind of a broad category that often captures things like meditation and stuff like that, or self-compassion. And I've come to be much more sympathetic to those things. I was wondering if there's someone watching now who is coming from a place of skepticism towards those things. Obviously, I'm assuming you would encourage them to sort of reflect on that skepticism, right, and see if it's warranted. But are you aware of anything else that they might be more drawn to that might also result in the same sort of outcome for them?
That's a super interesting question. The short answer is yes. I want to quickly say, in terms of what changed my mind, and what I suspect would change many other people's minds, is if they actually read the literature on self-compassion. So obviously you can critique particular studies, and is the effect quite as large as reported in this particular study? But I think overall, literature does seem really robust in terms of there being a real meaningful beneficial effect. But with that being said, to say someone just could never get into self-compassion in a direct way, at least, it turns out, so many types of therapy. Right now, I don't recall any specific studies on this, but you often get to similar outcome through different paths, right? So an approach that I'm also very interested in is, so there is this thing called metacognitive therapy, where one could almost view it as a bit like Buddhist inspired, perhaps, which maybe is not the great thing to say for the strong skeptic. But with metacognitive therapy, it's basically just this, a key thing there is to disengage from thoughts. You just sort of allow them, but you don't engage with them, you don't accept them, or you don't begin arguing with them one way or the other. And that kind of disengagement, without getting into any talk about self-compassion or the like, that already also, if you disengage from unwanted thoughts in general, that would presumably then also include harsh self-criticism in particular, right? So that's a way in which you could get to, probably in large part, a functionally similar outcome by, through the, not just metacognitive therapy, but other therapeutic modalities where you don't actively feed this harsh self-criticism, right? So there are many other ways, and I think there are many types of therapy, obviously, but they tend to work in broadly similar ways where they sort of reduce some of these traits of neuroticism and sort of self-harshness and the like.
And did you at all, when you were researching, did you at all come across exposure to the group that we're sort of trying to generate compassion towards, being able to generate compassion in someone? So if I flesh that question out a bit, so if someone, say, is quite, I don't know, dismissive of people in poverty, right? Maybe if they were to go with a friend to volunteer at like a food bank, I'm assuming you have that. You might call them by a different name in Denmark, but I'm assuming like a food bank where people donate food and people who can't afford the food can go and get it for free. Or likewise, if someone is trying to generate compassion towards animals in someone, they might go with a friend to like an animal sanctuary, right? And actually engage with the animals and have contact with them. I can also kind of see that sort of thing maybe potentially having a backfire. You know, if you're exposed to a group that you already have negative preconceptions about, you can maybe focus on the negative experiences that you might have in that engagement. But did you come across any sort of literature on that sort of way?
Yes, there are studies on this, and they generally have beneficial effects. So as I remember, one was done in South Africa, where they found quite beneficial effects. It was, I don't recall the details, but something about maybe two highly polarized groups where this, it was a compassion practice that they were doing that helped people basically have much less negative views toward each other and have more compassion for each other. Yeah.
Mm. And when it say someone has already got relatively high levels of compassion, and they're approaching the question of how they can personally approach reducing suffering. You're going to have, like, different people have different lives, right? Different commitments, different situations, also different temperaments. So you may have someone who wants to commit significant time and almost dedicate their life to reducing suffering. But you might also have someone who kind of is heavily inclined towards just wanting to have like a quote unquote normal life, but have some way in which they help contribute towards reducing suffering, in like a low level way. Did you come across like low hanging, relatively low effort ways that quote unquote the average person can integrate into their lives to help reduce suffering?
Oh, right. So now we're talking like, this is like more sort of a behavior. So this is not so related to compassion, as I understand it. The question
No,
is more.
this is like, if there was, because there are many people out there, it will be a larger group of people who are willing to make some quote unquote sacrifices to their life, right, to benefit some sort of cause, but not maybe do something like me and you where we commit much more significant time towards it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, some options that are commonly mentioned, right, include that one can make donations to particular causes, as a kind of where it doesn't have to be some kind of dramatic contribution. That's obviously one. But I wonder if I'm interpreting your question correctly, that you're asking about these sort of particular actions one can take to reduce suffering.
Yeah, that would be sustainable for someone who is like relatively low commitment.
Low commitment. Yeah. I mean, if it's low commitment, then it's the question of sustainability seems to become a lot easier in a sense, right? Or at least then the challenge maybe more becomes, do you sort of lose sight of that low commitment? And well, I mean, I guess in that case, it can be helpful. That might actually be a case where both the compassion and the emotional empathy would be something that you would actually occasionally reignite. So in that kind of case, I would suspect that would actually be helpful, because also maybe it's worth clarifying this point, that the thing about where, so yeah, I mentioned this, loosely speaking, optimal balance, and I would be inclined to maybe agree with Paul Bloom that for a certain segment, it actually makes sense to try to reduce emotional empathy, empathic distress, because it just is overwhelming. It's just too much. So it applies maybe this advice of, try to maybe replace that more and more with compassion, at least to a point. But then conversely, there are also people who, well, and maybe most people ultimately being too low in emotional empathy, right? I think one can make a pretty strong case for that. And in that case, I would maybe actually reverse the emphasis. Well, not necessarily in terms of the relative importance, but I would just say you would want to really boost both to maintain the commitment that, well, if it's a low commitment that's at risk of slipping away, then I think it can make sense that you try to reinforce, whether it be by, again, and I say in that particular case, exposing yourself perhaps more to some of the realities that you can be inclined to look away from. Again, I wouldn't say that would be the primary thing. I would actually, again, even there, more emphasize the compassion, not least given the behavioral evidence that actually is a stronger predictor of helping behavior. But yeah, in that case, maybe both could make good sense for maintaining the commitment.
Yeah, and I can imagine there are ways that, and I think I've actually observed this myself, maybe in some people. I can imagine there are ways that there are certain mindsets or misconceptions people have about reducing suffering that actually make it harder for them to maintain making an effort towards reducing suffering in a sustainable and healthy way. So one example I've noticed is that some people tend to equate, wrongly, I think, by the way, I think some people tend to equate the amount of effort you put in to reducing suffering with the actual outcomes and impact you're going to have, right? Because you can have something which is relatively low effort, which actually has a higher impact than something which would take a lot of effort. And I can see that misconception as leading people down the path of burning out quite quickly, right? Because they're engaging in high effort activities which actually produce relatively little return. Have you noticed the same thing? And are you aware of any other sort of misconceptions or you would say like incorrect ways of thinking, you know, maybe conjures up dodgy pictures, but yeah, maybe like mistakes in our thinking about reducing suffering that can cause us to burn out quicker than we need to or would otherwise?
Yeah. So yeah, like 2 points come to mind here. So yeah, the first thing that comes to mind that you mentioned, it's I think it's actually very closely related to the empathic distress point, that we can see some suffering out there and then we feel some overwhelming, not just pain about what's happening out there, but also a strong guilt in particular. And that guilt, understandably, right, we can feel then a strong impulse to relieve ourselves of that guilt. And to give ourselves relief of that, yeah, we might, because then we have this narrow, almost myopic focus. The what we try to optimize for might then be relieve my guilt, not necessarily with so much focus on what will actually have a beneficial impact. So that might lead to something like doing something big or dramatic, or speaking up about something that's important to us, right? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with speaking up, obviously, but there can then be that risk of, for example, not doing it in thoughtful ways, right? If it is really optimized for our personal guilt relief rather than actually trying to help. And yeah, quite relatedly, something we can miss. Yeah, I mean, I think it can really be, it might sound trivial, but I think in many cases we can have this problem of not really keeping the big picture as something that's salient to us. And this is, in fact, also something that has been studied in psychology, the value of taking a zoomed out picture, which can also help ourselves, can in fact ease our own distress, but not least it can also help us see that, you know, obviously we shouldn't just focus only on what's happening right now, or let alone some subset that feels particularly salient right now, something that's ultimately a very small part of the bigger picture, at least if we endorse some form of impartial or quasi-impartial helping, or effort to help others. So I think that is something that, and it's not necessarily so much a conceptual point, right? Because probably most people would say, oh yeah, I mean, sure, you want to keep the big picture in mind. And at some level, there's not really much disagreement, but then the everyday focus can nevertheless be this one more immediate salient thing that I feel very, very strongly. So yeah, like an emphasis on trying to look at the bigger picture. I mean, I have a related blog post about keeping unseen urgencies in view, right? Because it can be so easy to forget about, say, all the chickens who are stuck in tiny cages, you know, packed away and completely dark barns of or like whatever we call them, massive factories, right? And not least to forget about the chickens who will be in such barns in the future, right? As sad as that is to think about. And again, we don't necessarily have to go into empathic distress about it, even if some amount of that is helpful, but to really represent it in, extend this kind of big picture compassionate intention of wanting to be committed to reducing the suffering, like across the whole big picture.
And we had a question from one of the audience members, which is kind of related to something you just said about the chickens in barns that haven't even been created yet, like future beings. And the question was, like, how can you conceive of any ways that we can maybe engage people's compassion towards beings that don't exist, could never exist if we decide not to create them, or beings that will exist in the future independent of our actions? So maybe those chickens in that may or will come into existence in the future. It's quite, because those beings don't exist, it may be quite hard for people to actually engage with being compassionate towards them and considering their interests and their future experiences. Can you think of any ways that we can maybe engage people's compassion on that level?
Yeah, I mean, so I think maybe a common strategy is to turn it around a little bit and ask, like, what would justify that we exclude their interests from
Right.
consideration? And that actually relates to, it's not directly about future beings, but there is literature, in fact, on the moral circle in general, our circle of moral consideration, where in fact it matters. Well, at least one study that I'm aware of found a significant difference between whether you frame in terms of saying to an inclusion framework where you talk about I don't remember the exact frame, something like we need to include those, and then to shift instead and talk about moving toward a future or a society where, or values where we don't exclude any sentient being. And you can actually see how that can, I don't know, it could make some sense, right? Because then exclusion sounds like a pretty bad thing, and so you would really need, what is your justification for that exclusion? I mean, that seems to ask for a justification. So I think that can probably make some sense of that focus on, like, why the exclusion.
Yeah, so it's rather than you trying to grasp at things to try and show them why they should care, it's more trying to ask them to rationalize why are they not caring about those beings.
Or it might also, I mean, so human minds are quite, what can we say, full of contradictions, right? So in many cases, in some parts of probably most people's minds, there are certain principles that would, in fact, or even just like common sense notions or sentiments of don't exclude someone on the basis of arbitrary criteria, right? If you state that abstractly, probably most people would say, yeah, I agree with that, or at least a substantial degree of agreement. So I think ultimately that's more about probably connecting with these already pre-existing to some degree sentiments that people have, or attitudes and the like.
Yeah. I had one last question because we're running out of time. So over the course of researching for the book and writing the book, you mentioned that there was already, I think it was self-compassion you were saying that you're more skeptical towards, but now you've actually become more sympathetic towards it. So that's something you've presumably like changed your mind on. Were there any other like key things that you changed your mind on over the course of writing the book?
Oh, so many actually. Yeah. Let's see. So one was, I mean, we could, but take sleep, for example. It turns out that this might be common knowledge, I don't know, but it turns out that sleep consistency is more important than sleep duration. So going to bed and getting up roughly at the same time is just much more important overall. That's in terms of mortality statistics, I believe. Likewise, and this is quite a big one. It turns out that regardless of bedtime preference, both people who prefer to go to bed earlier, as well as people who prefer to go to bed later, they have considerably better mental health if they actually go to bed earlier. So there's that. I mean, this is an association, obviously, but again, I think it makes sense to use such, one can use association studies to at least experiment with things and give hypotheses. Okay, maybe it would be worth trying to go to bed earlier. Maybe most of us, maybe we all know it's worth doing or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's one. Let's see. Because there've been. Oh yeah, actually, this is probably relevant for this audience. It turns out that there is a lot of controversy about fats and also nuts and omega-3s in the vegan community. And having looked more deeply into that, I think the very low fat people, they don't have a strong case, and that's sort of across the board. So walnuts are associated with great benefits, and this is not just in the nut funded studies, as someone claimed. Likewise, when it comes to long chain omega-3s, EPA and DHA, it's also, I think there is, again, the evidence isn't always quite as clear as one would want it. But if one looks at many different studies and they tend to be, well, actually not only association studies, they're also experimental studies, but like for mental health, for mental functioning, it is worth taking EPA and DHA, probably in a DHA dominant combination. So get something like 200 to 600 milligrams of DHA a day and something like 600 to 1,000 milligrams of DHA a day, probably towards the high end if you're vegan. That was a major update for me and something that changed my everyday habits. So yeah.
So when it comes to sleep, basically, like, adhere to what your mum told you when you were a kid. Go to bed early and get as much.
I'm sorry to bring the bad news, but mom was right now.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Magnus. It's a shame, actually. Next time we do this, we should actually make the sessions longer, I think, because there was so many questions that I still had for you. So yeah, maybe we'll have to revisit those hopefully in the future if we can find some time.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, but thank you so much for giving your time, and I'm looking forward to the book coming out. When it does come out, Antinatalist Advocacy will obviously share it so that the audience of the conference can definitely get their hands on it. And it just very quickly, it's going to be free, right, on the the Center for Reducing Suffering website.
Yeah, on Kindle, pretty much everywhere. It's going to be free, the digital version. Yeah.
Okay, that's amazing. All right, well, thank you so much, Magnus, and have a good rest of the day. And thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. Take care.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining the second session of the Antinatalist Advocacy Conference 2025. So I'm now joined by Jonathan Leighton. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Lawrence. How you doing?
Yeah, no, I'm amazing. Thank you. I hope you're well too. Yeah, thank you for giving up your time and joining us. So I will give Jonathan a quick introduction as to what we'll be talking about and the work he's sort of generally done. And then Jonathan's got a presentation that we'll go through, and then we'll go into questions. So Jonathan is the executive director of OPIS, which many people know it by, but that stands for the Organization for the Prevention of Intense Suffering. He's also the author of 2 books on ethics. One of them is The Tango of Ethics: Intuition, Rationality, and the Prevention of Suffering, as well as OPIS's recent publication, Compassionate Governance, which is a strategic guide to preventing and alleviating global suffering. So today, Jonathan is going to be talking to us about tackling intense suffering. Very quickly, before I hand over to Jonathan, I just want to remind people that we are doing a fundraiser for MSI Reproductive Choices. So you can find the link to that in the description. It will be shared in the chat shortly as well. Please give generously. Every donation is matched up to £750. Thank you so much for those who have donated already. Jonathan, I'll hand over to you for your presentation. Are you all okay with sharing the slides?
Yes, just making sure.
Okay, great.
Because I haven't used this interface before.
Yes, so I've just added them to stage, so you should be able to see them now.
Okay.
And you should be able to switch between the slides?
With the left and right key, I suppose.
Yes.
There we go. Okay.
Yes, great. Okay, over to you.
Okay. So yeah, thanks a lot, Lawrence, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be talking here, and thanks to everybody who's joining. I think actually, Lawrence, it was you who suggested including the word tackling in the title of my talk, and So I'm not actually a rugby player, but I thought that this image of a rugby scrum rather covers or is a good metaphor for the challenges we face and the incredible messiness of the task. Maybe as a way of starting, I want to just say that I think I'm not a card-carrying antinatalist myself, but what I want to say is that I think it takes a lot of courage to be authentic and to face truths about existence that a lot of people don't want to face. And it means resisting a lot of strong societal pressures and norms. And so I just want to applaud everyone who's engaging with the theme of antinatalism to acknowledge the reality of suffering in a way that a lot of people refuse to do openly. And of course, a lot of this can be linked or explained by our existence bias. The term existence bias was coined by philosopher Thomas Metzinger, and basically means the idea that humans will do almost everything to prolong or to maintain their own existence. And of course, the slide here shows cryonic tanks, where rich tech people try to preserve their existence indefinitely into the future. Which I mean, from a perspective on personal identity that I think is more accurate, this doesn't really make much sense, anyways. But it just shows you how deeply hardwired these Darwinian urges are. Let me just talk a little bit about the suffering itself. What is suffering? I mean, in a sense, we all know what it means intuitively. But if you want to be just a little bit more precise about it, I think there are 2 aspects. There's the unpleasantness, and there's the desire to be rid of it. And I would say that probably neither of them is really enough alone. So unpleasantness, even if it's severe, if it were voluntary and we chose to be in an unpleasant situation and continue being in that situation, that wouldn't really be suffering in the true sense, especially if you can escape whenever you want. And the other aspect is the lack of ability to change things is not necessarily enough. if there's no unpleasantness associated with it. And I'm just mentioning that because, you know, there are people that there have been proposals to explain or to describe suffering in a different way, such as a lack of agency. I think that's an important part of it, but I think really central to it is the essential unpleasantness. Now, what I mean here, well, obviously suffering is bad, but I mean it in a deeper sense, that suffering is bad in a deeper, irreducible way. In the sense that this is actually what we mean by bad when it comes down to it. You can't really explain bad in a deeper sense. There's not really any other way of saying why suffering is bad. It is bad in a sense it's just deeply intuitive, and this is true regardless of whether we interpret it as having led to beneficial outcomes later on, and sometimes people justify suffering in that way after the fact. The very experience of suffering is just irreducibly bad. And what's also true about this is that suffering has a unique urgency about it, a unique urgency or a unique call to action. And that's true of suffering, but not of other states. It's not true of bliss. If somebody is incredibly happy, they don't need anything to be changed about it. But it's also true of nothingness. You know, here I showed a picture of the planet Mars. There's no inherent need for nothingness to be transformed into bliss. It's something that we might like as external observers who are, especially if we're not concerned about any suffering that may arise, but there's certainly no inherent need to change things when there's nothing. And suffering is also not simply the opposite of happiness. I mean, at least not in a mathematical sense. You know, conceptually, we think of them as being, you know, polar opposite states, but the point is that they don't balance themselves out mathematically. And yeah, this is illustrated in a slide from a short film I made several years ago. This idea that it doesn't matter how many blissful beings happen to be present elsewhere. There's no way in which suffering is actually ethically neutralized by having blissful beings elsewhere. And, you know, this is a really important point, because people who adopt a classical utilitarian view of ethics will say that, you know, if really for any amount of suffering, you can imagine a large enough amount of happiness elsewhere that would balance it out. And I think this just does not make sense, because suffering is always has a call to action, regardless of how many happy beings there are elsewhere. Just a note about the terminology, which it doesn't really fundamentally change the nature of the question and the urgency of dealing with suffering. But what I want to say is that I tend not to use the language of moral realism. I try to avoid terms like ought, should, right, and wrong. I do talk about badness, as I just mentioned, suffering being inherently bad, and that a situation with less suffering, all things being equal, is better. But when we try to label actions with the language of moral realism, I think that we're using words that are less meaningful than we think they actually are. So I prefer to use more specific terminology, you know, like whether an action is in line with a certain moral theory, or whether it actually seems to be the most reasonable course of action, rather than trying to apply sort of tidy labels of right and wrong. And it, as I said, this may not be all that relevant for what we're talking about, but it does somewhat change the framing of the question, and I think it actually can allow us to just be more pragmatic in the way we think about things. Now, I always seem to include a slide referring to Omelas, which, as some of you may know, is it's a short story that was written a few decades ago by Ursula Le Guin, and it's basically the story of a city where everyone is blissful, but it all depends on one child living a life of misery in a basement. And I keep coming back to this slide because we can interpret what it means in a few different ways, because some people do leave the city because they realize they don't want to be responsible for a child suffering. But I think what's also interesting, sort of a related point, is that it's only separation that makes suffering tolerable, that makes the intolerable tolerable. It's a physical separation that actually shields us or creates an illusion of separateness when there isn't any. And I want to explore this in a little bit more detail with a couple of thought experiments, which I included in my book, The Tango of Ethics. So I'll use this slide to illustrate both of them. So the first scenario is this, and I'll pose it as a question. Would you agree to one copy of yourself, so being really absolutely identical to yourself in every way? Would you allow, will you agree for one copy to be brutally tortured for a year so that many other copies, it could be 1,000, it could even be a billion, could experience endless bliss? Now, would you agree to that, knowing that that would mean that one copy of you, essentially you, would be experiencing horrible suffering? And would you agree, if you would agree, or let's say you wouldn't agree to that, what about imperfect copies? Which is really what we all are in this world. We're all imperfect copies of one another. If you would agree, then you're saying that you think it's okay for yourself to be tortured. And if you wouldn't agree if you wouldn't agree for yourself, but you would agree to it being somebody else, then then there's an inconsistency in your argument, because you're allowing someone very similar to yourself to be tortured, but not yourself, if you see what I mean. And the conclusion here is that a life that contains unbearable suffering can itself be viewed overall as unbearable, as it contains what can be seen as a society of sequential consciousness moments in which bearableness does not outweigh unbearableness. And similarly, the life of an actual society of sentient beings that contains such lives can also be considered unbearable. And this can also be understood more clearly if you see, instead of all of these different copies of yourself living simultaneously, with most of them living bliss and one of them being tortured, if you looked at them sequentially, it would be like one life in which you're experiencing bliss most of the time, and then you go through horrible, unbearable suffering, which you wouldn't be able to voluntarily endure, and then go on to blissful living again. In other words, it would require us to go through a bottleneck of unbearableness, which means that you could say that the whole life is unbearable. I don't think this is the way that most people tend to think of it, but I think it's a pretty strong argument for why even single instances of unbearable suffering make the whole situation unbearable. In my book, I presented another slightly different scenario, and where I asked the question, could you voluntarily experience unbearable suffering yourself in order to spare many others the same fate? Or instead of putting all the burden on yourself, could you agree to share the burden more evenly? And the fact is, you wouldn't be able to do so voluntarily by definition, because we're talking about unbearable suffering. And the conclusion, again, I'm quoting here from my book, these thought experiments further illustrate something profound about the nature of unbearable suffering and about ethics. The most urgent ethical call to action, basically to prevent as much unbearable suffering as possible, could never be carried out voluntarily by taking on some of the burden oneself, without the constraint of irreversibility and the associated loss of autonomy. So we are left with a paradox. We can stick our heads in the sand and take irrational refuge from it, based on the illusion of separateness, leaving other versions of ourselves to experience what is unbearable, including as a result of decisions we erroneously think are rational. Or we can regard the suffering as our own and take every measure possible to prevent it from ever happening. So this is really just intended to put in perspective the profound intolerability of extreme unbearable suffering, and how it's really this illusion of separateness that allows us and other members of society to tolerate it. If we want to go after suffering, we need to be able to, and to be effective, especially if we aren't able to wipe out all of it at once, we need to try somehow to quantify it and to make sure we're really going after the worst suffering. And what I'm showing you here is what are the questions in a survey that we put out end of last year and beginning of this year, where we tried to gather data on the suffering caused to humans by various different conditions. And this is one of the key questions, asking people on a scale of 0 to 10 how much they were suffering, with 10 being the worst suffering imaginable, literally unbearable suffering. The results of the survey, it took us some time to crunch all the data, but I've just finished writing up a post, and I'm going to be putting it in the Effective Altruism Forum in a couple of days. And so yeah, I encourage you all to read it. We got nearly 500 respondents, and although it was a survey, it wasn't large enough to gather lots of data on, or enough data on every condition. It did give us some indications of how we can actually improve a next iteration of it. What kind of questions, how do we ask the questions so that we can really gather a sense of, get precise information on the duration of suffering at different intensities. And this can help us to build up an overview of the global burden of suffering. And I would add, not just in humans, but also in animals. Obviously, animals can't take surveys, but we can ask experts what their opinions are, or how they would estimate animal suffering in different situations. The study is also intended to populate a database with suffering metrics. And I proposed that we actually adopt new metrics for suffering, because the metrics that are already used for policy making and for health economics, like the QALY, the DALY, and the WellBe, none of them directly measures suffering itself. I mean, they may be correlated in some way with suffering, but they look at things like how much a life departs from a healthy one, how many years of life are lost, or it looks at increases in life satisfaction. But none of these is exactly the same as suffering. Suffering metrics have been proposed, including by a Lancet Commission paper a few years ago. But there's a problem when we try to aggregate lots of different kinds of suffering into one single value. And I talk about this in my book, The Tango of Ethics, the idea that there's no really non-arbitrary way of combining very different intensities of suffering into a single number. And that's why I think it's important that we have more granular measures that really focus in on severe suffering, where we would determine years of severe suffering, let's say from 7 to 10 on a scale of 0 to 10. And then specifically the most extreme suffering, 9 to 10 on a scale of 10. And even using the unit days, because just to capture just how terrible this kind of suffering is, even if experienced on short timescales. And so we would like to see these kinds of metrics being adopted and being used in parallel with existing health metrics. Now, what I want to show with this slide is a point I think is actually really important. Now, fractals, as you may know, are they're basically derived from, I think, fairly simple mathematical equations, and they are the patterns that you get from these equations. And what happens is that even as you zoom in more and more, you see the same kind of pattern repeating. And I think this is a very good metaphor for the problem of addressing suffering. Because there isn't any level of extreme suffering that is okay, no matter how few or how many zeros you add to the order of magnitude. So we might be reducing the scale of the suffering, but the task ahead of us remains the same. And by the way, this is also why the notion of S risks, or astronomical levels of suffering, it may be valid in terms of the priorities. I mean, if you have to choose, you would rather prevent as much, huge amounts of suffering rather than smaller amounts of similarly extreme suffering. But the term could potentially appear to devalue the significance of low quantities of extreme suffering. So the point here is that even one single instance of extreme suffering that was left in the world would still require our full attention and resources. So basically, we do what we can with the knowledge we have and the resources available. It's basically a problem that will always be there as long as there's extreme suffering around. We might be successful in reducing a huge amount of suffering, and we can congratulate ourselves for having achieved something that we care about, but the task will still be there. Even if it were just one single person or one animal left that was suffering at an extreme level, it would still be worth spending the same amount of resources until we could eradicate it. So I'm going to spend some minutes now talking specifically about antinatalism and the question of to what extent antinatalism is part of the solution. First of all, I want to quote from the Tango of Ethics. Intentionally creating new beings who will be burdened with a combination of intense suffering and a hardwired motivation to endure it is objectively perverse. But the question is, as a strategy, does it make sense in theory, and is it practical? And I think there are two obvious goals. One is this more ambitious goal of human extinction overall, and another lesser goal would be to just reduce the number of people around. Now, what's obviously clear is that fewer humans means fewer human suffering, and it means fewer humans causing animals to suffer. But what would be the net effect on suffering of having fewer humans? It's interesting, Magnus Vinding was just giving a talk before, and I thought that maybe there would be more overlap because we have some very similar views. And it turns out that our talks are very complementary. But he's argued in the past that because more humans means fewer wild animals, for example, due to agriculture and urbanization, therefore there's less wild animal suffering, and the presence of humans might actually be net positive. And this effect is probably strongest among large land animals, where declines of maybe around 90% have been estimated compared to historic figures. So from a purely utilitarian perspective, we want to know the net average marginal impact on suffering of having one more or one less human. And this is actually a really complicated question, because for this we need to know more about the determinants of sentience, which animals can suffer, and the intensity of the suffering in humans and in factory farmed animals, but also in wild animals. And there are large uncertainties here that will strongly affect the impact. I did some sort of back of the envelope kind of calculations yesterday. I haven't really engaged that much in these numbers, but just sort of roughly, there are around 10 to the 10 humans around who consume perhaps 10 to the 12 land and sea animals every year. And a very, very rough guess for the number of sentient wild animals around, it could be 10 to the 14. It may be much, much higher. And it really depends also on whether insects are not only sentient, but are they capable of suffering. So if there used to be, let's say, 10 to the 15 sentient animals before humans appeared, and if there were really a 90% reduction, that would mean that close to the 10 to the 15 wild animals have been saved from existence and suffering, compared to 10 to the 12 humans and animals we currently consume. Now, let's just take one form of wild animal suffering, predation. It's obviously a pretty horrible way to die. And it's still unclear, though, how much suffering it causes overall in the wild compared to an animal that's been tightly caged in a factory farm. If human existence has actually reduced predation of highly sentient beings by around 90% or even 50%, then there's probably a strong argument to be made, not an airtight one, but a strong argument that maybe the current status quo is better than the one before humans arrived on the scene. But then I would ask the question, is that really the best we can do? And it's also possible that we could reduce the number of humans around and and by extension, the number of animals tortured by humans, without substantially increasing the number of wild animals. So that was just all I really wanted to talk about in terms of numbers. And I think there's the more we know about sentience, the better we'll be able to at least make the utilitarian calculation more exact. But then there's the question of practical feasibility. Human extinction, in my view, appears extremely unlikely to happen through the activities of a movement. But I think it is possible that many individuals could be persuaded to have fewer children. This slide is, well, it's intentionally provocative and in some ways meant to sort of trigger the emotions. You could call it an ethical concern, which is that even if, from a utilitarian perspective, antinatalist advocacy were counterproductive because of wild animal suffering, the question still remains: how would we feel about bringing people into the world who might suffer so that they can prevent wild animals from suffering? Would we use our own children for that purpose? And if not, why would we silently encourage others to do so? It raises the question also: how strongly utilitarian are we? In fact, are we okay to use people as a means to an end? And again, I'm just raising the question. This is not a definitive judgment one way or the other. What I will say is that if we are ever able to address wild animal suffering on a large scale, we will need humans around, as well as a functioning high-tech society. So I'm going to quote again from my book, The Tango of Ethics. A truly utopian future without extreme suffering is unlikely to happen through voluntary extinction, but through ethical governance and the benevolent use of technology. The systemic alleviation of the widespread intense suffering of wild animals will require some large-scale interventions in the future. And for that to happen, it is essential that humans don't go extinct. The extinction of humans while wild animals continue to suffer, and on the other hand, the persistence of extreme suffering in humans while fewer wild animals exist, are both unacceptable solutions unless we really think these are the best we can ever do. And so I refer back to the fractal metaphor that I gave just before. Our goal should really be to, I think, to be ambitious and to really aim for zero extreme suffering at some time in the future. And again, that will require the ethic of non-suffering to be widely adopted, and it will require human resources and technology. There's also the question: are humans likely to go extinct anyways? I mean, if you look at fertility rates, they're in free fall, as this graphic shows. They're still above the replacement level in lower income countries, including in Africa. In Europe, they're well below replacement levels. I still don't think this means that humans are going to naturally go extinct, unless there's some sort of dramatic event that happens, even in the case of societal collapse. Well, what about extinction as a possible outcome of artificial intelligence? And how does that compare with our concern for suffering? I mean, if extinction of everything would, by definition, be good from a suffering perspective, does that mean that X risks are good from a suffering perspective? And I would just point out that we're not talking about some sort of instantaneous event that just makes everything disappear, but rather a chain of catastrophic happenings that could cause great suffering in the present. And it probably wouldn't do away with all wild animal suffering. So I think we can probably conclude that that there are better ways of dealing with suffering than just hoping that AI that will cause catastrophic events and just cause everything to disappear. There is also the concern about artificial suffering. Now, I don't think it's very likely to occur in digital systems as they exist currently, but it is possible that an AI could replicate and build suffering in artificial systems on a very large scale. So, this is something which a lot of people are concerned about, especially in the suffering-focused community. There's also, even if AI doesn't, maintain control by itself, it can be used by authoritarian regimes to carry out torture-level suffering within their borders and also beyond, to be instrumentalized to cause suffering. I just gave an example of one dictator here, but I think as we can see in the world today, there are others that are other places where there's a real slide towards totalitarianism, and it's very worrying that how these regimes using AI could actually cause a lot of suffering. So, yeah, as I was just saying before, I think in reality, pushing for tight AI regulation to prevent suffering and for greater global cooperation seems the safest approach, rather than, as I said, waiting from the sidelines and quietly hoping that AI will do away with everything. In terms of strategies to effectively address suffering, well, this slide actually shows the two approaches that we're taking with Opus. One is to advocate for solutions to specific causes of intense suffering, and the other, let's say, more meta-level approach is to promote compassionate ethics and systemic change. And I'll just spend a few more minutes talking about this. So obviously, the surest way, ultimately, of reducing suffering is to alleviate it directly, because all suffering is ultimately local. And I want to give you a couple of examples of that. These include, providing pain relief to humans and animals, and treatment of the underlying condition, especially to people and animals in excruciating pain. In some cases, voluntary euthanasia is the kindest option, with a heavy emphasis on voluntary. But I would also add, it is cruel not to make available the best treatment options that would make euthanasia unnecessary. This is one slide showing some of the work we've been doing. This is from Burkina Faso, where we helped organize a conference a few years ago. There are many people in the world who end up dying of terminal cancer, and they don't have access to morphine. So one of the sort of, if you could say it's an imperative to ensure that anyone in extreme pain has access to medications that can alleviate it. And another cause area that we've been working on is access to psychedelics to treat the excruciating pain of cluster headaches, one of the most painful conditions known to medicine. And it turns out that psychedelics are very effective where other medications fail. So we've also been pushing for them to be legally available, at least in a medical context. And of course, ending the moral catastrophe of factory farming, which the number of animals that are tortured on factory farms, far exceeds the number of humans around. Now, again, if you take a very, very pure utilitarian perspective, it's been argued, not by many, but by Brian Thomasek, for example, that that it may be that on balance, removing large amounts of wild land in order to carry out agriculture to feed factory farmed animals might actually be net positive from a suffering perspective. I'm very doubtful about that, whether that's even true from a numerical perspective. And even in the case that were true, I would say that would be it would mean settling for the stability of large-scale human cruelty because we think it's better than the alternative, which I think lacks ambition. I think clearly we want to try to change consumer habits, which is obviously not so easy because the number of vegans in the world hasn't really been climbing continuously. I think that just as a practical point, it would be worth focusing as well on adequate nutrition, because a lot of people do go vegan and then they revert, sometimes just for practical means, but it seems that a lot of people just don't get the nutrition that they need because they've been told, just take B12 and you're good. there are other things that it's worth paying attention when somebody goes vegan, giving them nutritional information to make sure that they do get enough protein and they're not lacking any nutrients, because it doesn't do any good for animal welfare if people mistakenly believe that they can just switch from one day to the next without looking at their nutritional needs. And obviously we need to provide alternatives like cultured meat, and that means also fighting the ridiculous legislation that has been already passed or could be passed, supported by the animal agriculture lobby, for example, to ban the use of terms like milk or burger for plant-based foods. I just want to show you a few more slides. I do believe that there's a potential for dramatic change if we're able to organize ourselves effectively. And this is a picture from the Manhattan Project, just as a sort of a metaphor. And what this means is promoting the core value of preventing suffering and its widespread implementation in government policies worldwide. And this could potentially have greater and longer lasting impact if successful than just sort of narrowly focused advocacy. This means strategically ensuring that movements for change incorporate concern for suffering, including of animals, as a core value, and making suffering, again, including of animals, a mainstream issue in our society. This is the publication that we came out with just a few months ago. And there's a QR code, which I could have called, I could paste the link as well, but if you have your phone available, I invite you to download this for free as a PDF from our website. It's basically what it says. It's really meant as a guide for a wide audience, where we've pulled together ideas and wisdom from different fields and different experts, which we think will be useful or even essential for large-scale change. Everywhere from ethics to actual policies, with reflections on things like power balances and insights from complex systems and how we can improve governance to better take into account suffering, including that of animals. So yeah, I mean, this slide is just really meant to say that I think there are two things that really matter. And effective altruism talks about the heart and the mind, or the head and the heart. I'm saying something similar with this, but the idea is that this is more from a strategic perspective. We need to show empathy. I mean, I'm thinking now back to Magnus's presentation, where he was somewhat wary about too much empathy, but I think just as a way of getting people to cooperate, and to listen as well as to be listened to, showing empathy towards others, and not just those who are suffering intensely, but just showing that we care about them, is really a key element of a more compassionate world. But we also need to use strategy, and this, that whether we're dealing with governments or corporations, empathy isn't always enough. We need sometimes to provide positive incentives and negative ones to ensure good behavior and cooperation. How to represent animals? This is another question. In the guide, we advocate for better deliberative democracy that allows issues to be addressed more empirically, potentially with better outcomes. And if you notice here, there's a chicken sitting on one of the chairs, and that's just really meant to depict the idea that we need to have animals and their concerns and their needs represented. They may not be literally at the table like in this picture, but we need to ensure that as part of the process of deliberation, that concern for suffering, including of non-human animals, is always taken into account, and the relevant elements are presented by experts. Insights from complex systems. This is really about ensuring that we're not overly naive in our strategy, that we take into account what the study of complex systems can tell us. And I'm not going to go into detail here. I really encourage you to read the actual publication. Although, you know, one of the things it says is that we should try out lots of different possibilities and then promote the ones that work the best and allow them to spread. So diversity is actually a benefit. It allows for experimentation. But I did want to quote from Yanir Bar-Yam, who's the head of the New England Complex Systems Institute. And he, I quote him a few times in the guide, and he wrote, "Collectively, the power of the populace is strong, generally stronger than any leadership. But individuals or even groups of the populace have respectively less power if they do not act in a unified way." I think that's a cause for optimism. If we can create a larger movement where we act together with concern for one another, there's a real chance to affect large-scale political change. And what we ultimately want is just that, a movement for change based on listening to and addressing needs of every sentient being, and with priority to those who are suffering the most. So that's the end of my talk. The two websites here are my own personal website and the Opus website, and you have my email address here as well. And so I think we have a few minutes left for any questions. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, no, Jonathan, thank you. And I'm going to bring the slides off screen, but we will obviously send out a newsletter after the conference with everyone's links. So everyone will have access to your links with the guide from Opus and your book and everything else. Yeah, thank you so much for the talk. So I wanted to start by asking about something you mentioned briefly, but I thought was quite interesting. I thought would be very interesting to this audience specifically, which is, so this conference is about trying to encourage antinatalists and those sort of in that general space to pursue doing good, right? And one of the things that is going to come up again later in the conference is this idea of and it's relevant to your talk in pursuing doing good or reducing suffering. You might engage in actions that actually could have negative consequences or negative externalities, right? So unintentional consequences. And you give the example of it could be possible that by antinatalists pursuing avoiding imposing suffering by not procreating, this could have this negative, wider consequence of wild animals in the natural habitats, right? But you mentioned that there could be a way forward in that we pursue. So antinatalists can pursue doing good in the way that sort of really resonates with them, and pursue encouraging people to reduce birth rates, which in turn would presumably reduce the number of animals we're directly exploiting. Mm-hmm. But that could manage the issue of wild animal suffering and potentially not result in that negative consequence of wild animal suffering increasing. Did you have any sort of like specific examples of that in mind when you made that comment, or is yeah, go on.
Yeah. It's not so much that I had specific examples as the idea that, you know, for example, if the number of people in existence dropped, let's say by 10%, would we really expect a lot more wild animals to come into being? In the sense of, you know, to the extent that we already have a certain fraction of the Earth's surface already sort of covered in concrete, you know, that won't necessarily change. It could be that even if fewer people, they'll continue to consume more resources. It was more of just putting the idea out there that there wouldn't necessarily be a reversal of the decline in wild animals just because there's fewer people are born. Now, of course, you know, over time, we see how sort of nature comes back, you know, when places are abandoned. So it's not an absolute, it's not an absolute prediction or anything. It's it's just saying that there's not necessarily a direct relationship.
And how do you think about, because you also mentioned AI, right? So AI, is massive in public discourse at the moment, and obviously it's in its various conceptions, it's being integrated into public and private life and companies and governments and things like this. And there's generally this sense, obviously, that even though there have been already quite big changes in how we do at least certain tasks, there are radical changes because of AI coming in the near future. And that gives us a lot of uncertainty over what is the future even going to look like? What tools are we going to have access to? Could this make preventing intense suffering harder? How do you deal with the uncertainty that something like AI brings to the question of reducing suffering? Is there any way you've managed to sort of navigate that?
We're actually working on a policy paper on that, right at the moment, that we're hoping to put out pretty soon. And we've been, speaking to various people working in AI safety, to get a sense for sort of the margin of maneuver within that space. And yeah, there are various ways that AI can cause suffering, which I alluded to in my talk. Probably the worst thing that could happen is for AI to completely take over control, for us to lose control over AI, because we would no longer have any control over our ability to really reduce suffering on a large scale, even though we might not know what trajectory things take after that. So I think the strongest recommendation, I made this recommendation in the Tango of Ethics and also in compassionate governance, is the idea that we should really be fighting to maintain control. Some people have this, I think, somewhat overly optimistic idea that AI would do a better job than we do. But I do think that's optimistic. I think that, if you have reasonable and compassionate human beings that are in the loop and they're able to jump in, that's a safer scenario where we just give up our whole control over our future to AI. That's really the strongest conclusion I would make. That we seem to be converging on.
How do you think we're generally doing on that front?
Pretty badly.
Yeah.
I think just in general, this is the whole thing. We need to be optimistic in order to make a difference. And we still need to be taking steps to get rid of as much suffering as we can, regardless of what the future scenarios are. But it does seem that our world is being, it's being driven by greed, the concentration of wealth, and things like a focus on GDP and increasing shareholder value. These are incredibly strong drivers of the evolution of our complex system. And AI, I encourage people to read a section on AI and also, well, in another part of the guide, I think we refer to an essay by Scott Alexander called Meditations on Moloch, which is really just the idea that there are these sort of drives that are built into human nature, and I guess built into evolutionary processes and the evolution of life altogether. And AI basically just puts things on steroids. That the last few decades of sort of growth and relative reductions in poverty and increases in well-being for many people might have been more of a blip than a representation of what the future will be like. So the system in itself, in a sense, seems to have its own dynamics, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible to shift the system with with a movement that's very value-based and empathetic and practical. And this is my hope.
Yeah. And you mentioned some of the potential complications, shall we say, that might come from promoting antinatalism, right? I wondered if you had any thoughts on how the way that antinatalism can fit in to furthering the reduction of intense suffering. And just to put a bit of a note on that question, so often when people refer to antinatalism, they're generally referring to the specific prescription not to reproduce personally, right? The way and I know a lot of other people conceive of antinatalism, though, is that generally we should be avoiding creating sentient beings. So this would obviously then have implications for like our food choices, for example, not paying for animals to be put into existence in farms, for example.
Yeah.
If we break it down into the sort of human question and animal question, or break it down in any other way you'd like, are there aspects of reducing intense suffering that antinatalism can play more of a part in than in other parts? How do you think about that?
I mean, to be really honest, I think that I would reframe the question instead.
Right.
The ultimate question is, how can we both be most effective in reducing or preventing suffering, however you want to frame it? And antinatalism, in a limited sense, can play a part. And I would especially refer to to not bringing animals into existence who are going to suffer. I mean, I think just in terms of scale, there are 8 billion humans, and there are nearly 100 billion land animals that are consumed by humans every year. And I would wholeheartedly endorse the idea that we don't bring any of those animals into existence, because most of them are made to suffer. Or not the suffering is not the purpose, but it's the result.
Yeah.
So that alone is a strong endorsement of antinatalism in that very specific sense. Would you like me to comment on the human part,
No, you can, but I actually I agree with you there. I think often when people, so if an antinatalist was watching your talk, right, they may think that they may despair slightly, because if they're very aligned with your sort of idea of we want to reduce intense suffering, they might kind of despair in that you're suggesting promoting human antinatalism, should we say, is maybe not the most effective way forward. But I think that despair is slightly misplaced in that, look, like many of the antinatalists watching, I too resonate a lot with promoting, with conveying the antinatalist message to fellow humans. But I think the antinatalist case is actually even stronger when it comes to creating animals into existence, like it sounds like you're saying as well. And so I actually don't think there's as much reason for despair as some antinatalists may do when they hear the message that you're conveying, because there's still massive room for antinatalism to play a part in reducing intense suffering. It's just maybe not in the popular conception of antinatalism, if you get what I mean.
I think that makes sense. And also, I would say, I would be very wary. I'd be wary. I mean, I don't have children, and even though at some point that was part of the plan, I feel, in some ways, I feel more comfortable knowing that I'm not bringing somebody into existence who might experience intense suffering. I think it's still a relevant message that humans should not be bringing new humans into existence unless they at least can take the precautions needed to ensure that they have the best life possible and really reduce the chances of them suffering, extremely. So, and obviously that's not the case for many humans. And, I was talking just before about the survey that we did, and there are many cases of people who suffered bullying in school that has had severe consequences in their lives, people that have been abused by their parents. People who are going to be abusive parents obviously shouldn't be bringing children into the world either. unfortunately, I think the people that are concerned about suffering and the people that are abusive parents are not a very overlapping set. But yeah, I mean, I'm just pointing that out. I'm certainly not saying that everybody should just go ahead and have lots of children so we can get rid of wild animals. I mean, I'm in a way, I'm actually saying the opposite. That that we could probably. It is possible that with fewer humans around and fewer animals being consumed, it's possible that there would be a net reduction in suffering. But it may not. That may not be the case. It may be the opposite. And I think again, I haven't looked at the numbers closely enough, and there's still so much uncertainty. Like I was saying.
So we've got time for one more brief question. So antinatalists, quite obviously, generally tend not to raise children, right? Some do adopt, some already have children, but generally antinatalists. So compared to their sort of similar counterparts, they're probably going to have slightly more resources, more time to put towards efforts to reduce intense suffering, right? Or tackle intense suffering. In maybe like 30 seconds or however quickly you can do it, if someone in that position could start to think about how they personally can engage with tackling intense suffering, where should they focus their attention to, would you say?
Okay, I would put it this way. First of all, obviously go vegan. And I don't even mean like absolute purity check. I mean, okay, I check labels because I don't, but definitely avoid causing harm to animals through your eating habits. Identify organizations that you think are having impact and either volunteer or donate or work with them. And if you think you've got some really good ideas that are not being currently applied and you think you have the ability or can bring in people with that ability, start an organization, do something very active yourself. If you have ideas that you think that are worth spreading, to use that term, and that are not sufficiently being spread, do that. And just as a general way of living, be the change you want to see in the world. Try to act in a way that would be a good model for others to act by.
Yeah, no, that's a great message. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I'm sorry we didn't have more time. This is the same with Magnus. I had so many more questions I wanted to get through, but yeah, maybe we've handicapped ourselves by keeping the sessions at 55 minutes. But yeah, thank you so much for giving up your time and giving the presentation as well. And yeah, we'll end it there.
Okay, it's been a real pleasure. Thanks very much for inviting me.
Cheers so much, Jonathan.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care.
Okay, welcome to this next session. So I'm now joined by John Williams, who hopefully everyone can hear. Hello, John.
Hello. Hopefully you can all hear me.
Yes. Now, people might be confused that John doesn't have his camera on, but you should be able to hear him. But yeah, John, do you just quickly want to give a brief intro as to what you're talking about? And yeah.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Obviously, friends of Lawrence, if you follow Lawrence's channel, and a co-founder of Antinatalist Advocacy. Apologies for having my camera off. I managed to hurt my back about 4 weeks ago and still on the mend. So I will be lying down for part of the session. And it does unfortunately mean that Lawrence has to present all of the sessions at this conference, which he is really grateful for with that full smile, as you can see. But I'm going to be talking today about the 5 steps for doing good as an antinatalist, which was a resource, a list that Lawrence and I came up with early last year, I think it was, because we're really trying to think about what we could have used when we were trying to do good as an antinatalist. If some resource or some like core group of a core list of key actions that people could take, very practical steps for doing good in the world. So I'll be talking about how I've kind of applied those 5 steps in my own life.
Cool. Before we get into that, obviously your presentation will be up on screen, so people won't just be looking just at me the whole time. I just wanted to quickly mention that we have the fundraiser QR code up on screen. So just a reminder, we're raising money for MSI Reproductive Choices. If you have any spare change that you can donate, that would be amazing. We're trying to get up to £750, and everything up to £750 is going to be matched, so doubled. And you can access it through a link in the description and also the QR code that is on screen now. I'll leave it up for a bit longer. But yeah, John, do you have your presentation ready?
Yes, let's share those slides now.
Okay, that should be on screen.
Yep, that's up for me too. Great. Well, that's what I look like when I'm not crippled. But again, thank you. As mentioned, like a bit of a case study on how I've personally applied the 5 steps for doing good as an antinatalist in my own life. But before we get to those 5 steps, a brief introduction to me as a person. I typed in 30-year-old me and it came up with Toby Maguire crying. I don't know why. I didn't find turning 30 a particularly traumatic birthday, but that did make me chuckle. For those of you who are fans of football or soccer, from our friends from America, this is my local football team, Norwich City, because I grew up in Norfolk. We're not very good. We're currently in the 2nd division, but Norfolk is basically known for 2 things, and it's Norwich City football team and Coleman's mustard. And I thought that the football emblem would be more interesting. As John Williams, I obviously share a name with a famous film composer. Not particularly musically gifted myself, but I do quite like listening to film music. And I have like a work from home office job, so I'm always listening to kind of film scores. But I have to say, Hans Zimmer is better than John Williams, in my humble opinion. And speaking about amazing film scores, huge Lord of the Rings fan. I did once expose on one of Lawrence's live streams just how much of a Lord of the Rings fan I am, taking it to quite sad and nerdy levels. But big Lord of the Rings fan. And then in the middle there, I'm interested in moral philosophy, definitely more on the kind of emojis arguing in the YouTube comment section, kind of very lowbrow moral philosophy chat rather than the kind of sophisticated philosophers and scholars embodied by the image on the left. And certainly with some of the guests we've got coming up tomorrow, Lawrence, like David Benatar and Rivka Weinberg, definitely wouldn't want to be overselling my philosophy credentials for sure. So that's a quick introduction to me. Then with the 5 steps, as mentioned, Lawrence and I were trying to think of like core key actions that we believe that be broadly accessible to people that you can take to have a positive impact in the world as an antinatalist. This isn't a list that you have to take each step in order. And as you'll hear, I very much kind of muddled my way through these 5 steps over the past 10 years or so. But we've kind of structured these in an order that makes sense for ourselves. And I'll kind of talk through how I have implemented each of the 5 steps in my own life. So to quickly run through them before diving into the detail. Step 1, don't have any more children. Of course, it's any more because antinatalists can be parents. You can previously had children before you come across the antinatalist conclusion. So don't have any more children. 2, become vegan. 3, plan your career, and very much an ongoing step, this one, with planning your career, something to revisit. Then 4, start donating. And 5, build the antinatalist community. I'm going to talk through how I have kind of implemented or acted on each of these 5 steps in my own life. So step 1, don't have any more children. In my experience, there were kind of 3 kind of core aspects of not having children. The medical, financial, and kind of emotional aspects of not having children. So going through each of those in turn. On the left there, MSI Reproductive Choices, which is obviously the charity that we're donating to with the fundraiser today. I got in touch with my doctor about getting a vasectomy, obviously getting sterilised as a man, and they referred me to MSI Reproductive Choices, and it was all very smooth, like really helpful advice. I was a bit nervous about getting a vasectomy because, you know, you do hear, unfortunately, of those cases where people have like long-term pain and discomfort. But fortunately, I had quite a good experience with mine. And yeah, MSI Reproductive Choices were really, really helpful, both like advice before, during, and after the procedure. And yes, I've, as I said, had quite a smooth recovery as well. So that was the kind of the medical aspect of not having children. But in terms of the financial aspect of not having children, a core question that I got quite a lot when I talked about not having children was, you know, who's going to look after you when you're older? Of course, kind of like financial literacy is important for anyone, not just antinatalists or people who are child-free. But things do kind of change a little bit if you're planning for life without children from like a kind of like a financial stability standpoint. And so I looked at a lot of resources about like child-free kind of like financial planning, and I came across this podcast, the Child Free Wealth podcast with Brecon and Dr. Jay Zygmunt, who will be presenting tomorrow. And I found it really, really helpful. Lots of cool advice in there about how to kind of set up your financial future from a child-free perspective, which is really helpful. And then lastly, the emotional aspect of not having children. This one kind of took me by surprise a bit because I was never like one of those super broody people, you know, who was always like thinking about having children when I was younger, or definitely wanted to have them. But as I kind of moved into my late 20s, and especially once I'd kind of booked my vasectomy, I did kind of reflect on the fact that I do actually want to have children, or at least I would like to have children if we lived in an ideal world, which sadly we don't. So there was an element of almost grieving about the choice of me not having children. I think for a few years, I tried to kind of convince myself that I didn't want to have kids or it wasn't going to be a big deal. And then finally kind of facing that, I found that quite challenging. So definitely like having people to confide in, my wife or, you know, others, other people, other friends who've made that decision not to have children, I found really helpful to kind of help me with kind of the emotional aspects of not having children. So that's in short how I've kind of like applied that first step of not having any more children in my life. Then the second one, become vegan. I've actually been vegan now for nearly 10 years, about 4 or 5 years longer than I've been an antinatalist. Definitely made a ton of mistakes along the way, and I'm still figuring out things now. But these are kind of like the three kind of aspects that I think about when it comes to becoming vegan. And the first one is obviously food. Most animals that we will breed into existence will be through our food choices. So we pay the farmer to breed the animals so that we can consume animal products. So cutting animal products out of your life, moving to a plant-based diet, definitely the biggest way to reduce the number of beings you're bringing into existence. And certainly most of the biggest part of if you sort that out, you're like 99% there, I think, when it comes to becoming vegan. Now, as we heard about from Magnus and Jonathan in previous talks, there are some things to watch out for in a vegan diet, as there are for any diet, things like obviously B12 deficiency, but also omega-3s as well. And on the right there, we have an image of the Vegan Society, which has really helpful resources for like planning both recipes and like the health side of being vegan, and also a Veg1 multivitamin supplement, which I believe you take as well, Lawrence. That seems to be quite a popular one within the vegan community. Sorry, I was going to put you on the spot, but it's quite a popular one for like covering B12 and D3 and some other things to watch out for. Just to stress, I don't have a relationship with any of the products or organizations I'll be talking about in today's presentation, so there's no conflict of interest. But yes, personally found the Vegan Society advice quite helpful, and take the Veg One supplement. Then once you kind of sorted out food, as mentioned, like that's most of the way in terms of not bringing new beings into existence. But of course, animals are bred for like non-food animal products. So you can think about animals being brought into existence for testing, like testing of pharmaceuticals, shampoos and things like that. Not that I have to worry about shampoo anymore, but you know, toothpaste and that sort of thing. So my wife and I are very good at like making sure that when we are buying like non-food products that they are fully vegan, they are cruelty-free, and I have just an image of the sun cream that I use. Again, very, very important if you have a shiny dome. And then lastly, a bit like with the having children, like the not having children, making sure that you have a support circle around you, people who, if they're even if they're not fully vegan, people who kind of respect your decision and kind of empathize with what you're doing. If you can find some vegans, either in person or online, like it definitely can help with being vegan in the non-vegan world, which is something that a lot of antinatalists, I think, can relate to as well. The image on the right is of Vegan Camp Out, which is an annual camp out in the UK. It's been going for about 10 years. I've been along to a couple, and I thought it was just a great space to kind of come together with like-minded people of all stripes, all shapes and sizes. And yeah, like picking up those opportunities for community and like building that support circle can definitely help with being vegan in a non-vegan world. So those first two steps, the not having any children and going vegan, you can kind of view those as your negative duties as an antinatalist, to not bring any more beings into existence. Whereas the last three are more like positive actions, maybe positive duties. So there's some debate about duties, but positive actions that you can take to kind of have a positive impact in the world. So you can view those first two as like your negative duties, getting your own house in order, not bringing any more beings into existence yourself. And now you can start to think about how you're going to have like this positive impact on the world. And one of the core decisions that you'll make when it comes to having a positive impact is planning your career. As with many other things, I'm by no means an expert when it comes to career advice and planning, but there are some really helpful websites and resources out there for planning your career. The 80,000 hours, it's the 80,000 hours podcast, which I listen to, but 80,000 hours is an organization which supports people with career planning who want to do good in the world. The reason it's called 80,000 hours is because that's approximately the number of hours that people will work in their career, 40 hours a week times about 40 years, something like that. And I have accessed their resource. I've spoken to people from 80,000 hours. They provide career coaching, which is really helpful. For those who are looking to help animals, there is a related organization called Animal Advocacy Careers. Name does what it says on the tin. It's for those who want to have careers to support animals. They have a course as well that you can sign up for to talk about the problem of animal suffering, different ways that you can support animals, etc. And again, ton of really helpful resources on there. You can also connect with people on LinkedIn or join Slack groups or however you like to kind of get in touch with people. And I found both 80,000 hours and Animal Advocacy Careers really helpful for helping me kind of think through what to do planning my own career. Now, broadly, the images in the middle talk about the two kind of options, very broad options that you have with your career. You have kind of direct work, which is symbolized by the hand, like working on problems directly. So maybe that might be working for a charity or a pressure group or a research organization researching one of the world's problems, something like that, where you're directly working on to alleviate a problem. And then you have earning to give, which is symbolized by the coins. And that's where you take a high earning career, like maybe working in tech or working in finance, something like that, and then donating your money to those charities, those organizations or individuals that are working on the problem. So you're kind of supporting in that way by donating your money. Now, I personally work for a non-profit, so I'm more aligned with that first one of like directly working on issues to try and make the world better. But I do also donate, as we'll get to shortly. And as my career moves forward, I am open to kind of switching back and forth between the two, between kind of direct work and earning to give. But broadly, those are the two options. One of the reasons that I do recommend getting in touch with like professionals or experts like 80,000 Hours and Animal Advocacy Careers is because your unique fit, like your personal fit and your opportunity to do good is going to be unique to you. Like you might have personal skills or interests or connections or maybe some work that you're not as well suited to. And that is really kind of like personal to you. So reaching out to someone through like career coaching, etc., you can find a way that you are best placed to pursue a career that has that positive impact. Then the last image on the right, we've already heard about AI in the last talk from Jonathan Leighton. I asked, it was either Copilot or GPT, I can't remember which one, to make me an image of a Terminator saying that they'll terminate the job. There's a lot of uncertainty when it comes to AI and the job market with automation, as there is with AI and basically every facet of our lives. So I think now more than ever, it's a good idea to think about your career plan as something that you will revisit often and thinking flexibly about how you might pivot. I remember about 10 years ago that there was a lot of emphasis on people learning how to code. And now ChatGPT and Copilot, these LLMs, produce amazing code in like a fraction of a time. So coding is maybe a bit less helpful than it seemed to be 10 years ago. So there's lots of uncertainty around this. And that's why I have that kind of caveat at the bottom that this is an ongoing process, something that I choose to revisit at least every 6 months, often more often. And I would definitely recommend other people do that as we move into this period of uncertainty with AI and the job market. So that's the third step, planning your career, as mentioned, not something where it's like one and done and then you can move on, something to revisit as the external circumstances change. The fourth step is to start donating. The reason that we frame this as start donating is because we view donating as like a really positive habit to kind of build. I remember when I first started donating to charity, I think I was at uni and it was like £5 or £10 a month. It was a very small amount. And then I gradually built that habit over time. And I remember initially thinking of donating as maybe a bit of a chore, it's another outgoing, money I'd rather spend on myself or something like that. And I was hoping that I would at least get to the point where I felt neutral about money leaving my account. When I see my internet bill or my phone bill leave my account, I don't feel depressed every month. I'm like, here's what it is. Just kind of feel about it. And I was hoping I'd get that way about donating. But I now actually feel really good and positive about money leaving my account. I actually, it's something that I feel positive about, that I'm glad I'm spending my money on, as opposed to, I don't know, Spotify subscription or whatever it might be. So building this up as a positive habit can be really, really helpful. And there's this organization called Giving What We Can that have set up a 10% pledge. The reason it's 10%, for those of you interested in religion, there's a lot of like the classic idea of giving a tithe that focuses around giving 1/10 of your money to those in need. And they kind of built it based upon that kind of like cultural, the cultural norms around giving 10% of your donation. So 10% of your income. The idea being that it's still a significant amount, but hopefully not so significant that it's going to affect people's lives negatively by giving that 10%. And I took this pledge to give 10% in January 2022. I had been giving 10% of my income for a while before then, but I found that taking the pledge and like being part of a community of others who also take this was quite affirming, quite motivating. And so I would definitely recommend others if you are interested in taking the Giving What We Can pledge. And here are some of the wonderful organisations that I've donated to in the years since. All of these organisations are on the Antinatalist Advocacy website. If you go to the different cause areas, human suffering, animal agriculture, digital sentience, and wild animal suffering, you can see these different charities. They're really, really easy to donate directly to those. Family empowerment media that support families, support couples with family planning and making sensible decisions to avoid kind of like unwanted pregnancies, which obviously have a negative impact on families and for those children who are brought into existence. So helping to avoid unwanted pregnancies and support family planning. Then you have the Humane League, which works on animal agriculture, both alleviating the suffering of animals that are brought into existence, but also through a lot of their a lot of the reforms that they call for, like reducing the number of animals that can be confined into a space it does reduce the number of animals being brought into existence as well, which obviously aligns with the antinatalist conclusion. Then we earlier heard from Magnus Vinding, who is co-founder of the Centre for Reducing Suffering. I kind of donate to them with their focus on digital sentience and potentially suffering caused by AI. And then the last one, which is maybe a bit more tangential, Wild Animal Initiative. Tangential in the sense of we're not actively breeding wild animals into the world, but certainly for somebody who's interested in suffering, I think that Wild Animal Initiative is a really interesting organisation to donate to, especially when it comes to things like rewilding, where a lot of humans are advocating for us bringing wild animals into existence, and unfortunately wild animals not living very good lives. So they do really important work for kind of finding out about the problem of wild animal suffering and what we can tangibly do about it. So that's the fourth step. As I said, think of it like a positive habit that you start small and kind of build over the long term. And then the fifth and final step is to build the antinatalist community. And I first came across the antinatalist label, if you like, or the antinatalism as a concept back in the middle of 2020. There was a fairly well-viewed interview with David Benatar on Cosmic Skeptic, Alex O'Connor's YouTube channel. And then I actually met Lawrence at a very nerdy vegan debate group we were both part of in London. And since then became a bit more interested and involved in antinatalism and supporting the antinatalist community. So that included obviously co-founding Antinatalist Advocacy. I also hosted the Antinatalist Advocacy podcast with 12 episodes, kind of raising the core ideas they wanted to raise. That ended summer of last year. And there's a picture down there as well of an antinatalist social. I can't remember if you or me organised that one, Lawrence. I think that one was you, so you can take credit for that. An antinatalist meet up in London and bringing antinatalists together. There are three core bits of advice that that my reflections of being involved in antinatalist community building that are quite helpful. The first one being focusing on building a better rather than a bigger community. And by better here, I mean a more impactful community that's more able to take positive action in the world, rather than, say, increasing the number of people who subscribe to the antinatalist label. I think it's more helpful to think about how we can have a positive impact on the world rather than just trying to increase the numbers, if that makes sense. The next point being to find your personal fit. And certainly over the last 2.5, 3 years, I've kind of found where I personally do or don't fit in when it comes to antinatalist community building. For example, I think I'm generally quite a good kind of ideas person, kind of generating ideas and kind of thinking about concepts. Some of the ideas are good, some are very bad, and some are a bit strange and kind of fall by the wayside, but I'm generally quite good at that. I'm not so good at the kind of bringing people together, direct kind of outreach within the community necessarily. I'm not big on social media. I have to admit, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the online antinatalist spaces as well. So I'm probably not the best person, I came to realize last year, for this kind of direct proactive engagement within the antinatalist community. But finding your personal fit is obviously just great from your own kind of well-being perspective, but also in terms of a bit like with your career, finding out where you personally have the skills and interests to be more impactful. And then the last bit of advice is just to be kind to others and yourself. I have to say, one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of a lot of the antinatalist spaces is a lot of tension and arguing and a lot of negativity in those spaces, which is perfectly fine. If those are the spaces that people want to be in, that's up to them. It doesn't really matter if I'm not the biggest fan of them. But I do find as well that there's lots of compassion, and I've met some really kind and compassionate people in the antinatalist community. And I think in general, when you are trying to have a positive impact on the world, being kind and compassionate and spreading those norms is really, really beneficial. And also that includes being kind to yourself. We obviously heard that first talk from Magnus about having a healthy approach to reducing suffering. And I think the same applies here for building the antinatalist community, taking care of self-care, taking care of yourself and prioritizing self-care, because, burnout helps no one. So yeah, thinking about how you can be in the position to be impactful over the long term and look after yourself as well. Final reflections on me kind of stumbling my way through these 5 steps. Doing good is difficult and you will make mistakes. As mentioned, the whole motivation for pulling together this list was because I wish I'd had a bit of guidance about 10 years ago when I decided to try and, have a positive impact in the world, if that's not too cheesy. I've made a ton of mistakes, and again, being kind to yourself when you do make mistakes and then reflecting and pivoting so you don't make them again. Doing good is very rewarding. As I was talking about with my donations, I actually feel positive about those leading my account. And I think it is totally fine to advocate and talk about those positive aspects of doing good, like for yourself as well. You don't have to try and pretend to be selfless or kind of take on all the burdens and take on all the suffering and feel sad all the time. You can feel very positive about the positive impact that you are having. So be sure to enjoy the process. And as mentioned, prioritize self-care, because burnout helps nobody. Think about your impact over the long term, or how you can have impact over your career or over your life, and make sure that you are prioritizing self-care so you can continue to be impactful going forward. That's everything from me. Maybe this picture doesn't go so well with me talking about being kind to others, because this is a speaker's corner, or rather shouters corner, as I like to call it. And we had some quite tense conversations that day, but it is, it was a great day, a really fun day of antinatalist advocacy that we were doing there. And I thought I'd end with a fond memory of mine from, antinatalist activism that I was doing back in the day. But yeah, that's everything from me. And I look forward to some questions.
Cool. Okay. Thank you for that, John. What I'm going to do is ask you the first question, and then try and figure out a way to have your picture up on screen so people don't have to just look at me the whole time.
Shall I go back to the first
yes,
one?
that's
Perfect.
Yes, and then I will try and figure it out. So the first question I had was, so which of those 5 steps, and I completely get that some of those steps are ongoing, right? Like the career one, but which ones did you find personally the most challenging to engage with or integrate into your life?
I think the career one is the most challenging because it's the most ongoing, and requires reaching out to other people and keeping track of events, but of external changes and also changes in your own personal life as well. But honestly, the most emotional in terms of difficult for me was actually not having children. And I think it was easier for me when I first came across antinatalism when I was kind of early mid-20s. And my wife, who was my then girlfriend at the time, never wanted to have children. So me talking about not having children, it felt quite kind of abstract. But as I moved into my late 20s, and as I said, especially when I booked the vasectomy, the weight of it kind of hit me that I won't be having children, and that, I do want to have children. I'm quite close with my family. I had a great childhood. I think I would love being a parent. So this was the most difficult from an emotional perspective. But fortunately, I had about 4.5 years of antinatalist, 4.5 years of thinking about this. And as mentioned, I'd kind of put things in place to kind of cope with that. But I definitely found that one the most difficult. And I really do respect antinatalists who do want to have children, even antinatalist parents who choose not to have any more children, who do want to, procreate and continue having kids. I definitely found that one the most difficult. Much more difficult than going vegan. At the end of the day, I was never very good at cooking. I'm a big fan of food. I do eat a lot, but the quality of my life didn't really change when I went vegan. Actually improved because of living in accordance with my values, if you like. But found that one pretty straightforward after a couple of months. It didn't have the same kind of emotional toll. Then, as mentioned, with donating and building the antinatalist community, basically found both those quite enjoyable. So I'd say that first step for me personally of not having any children.
And I know obviously we sort of worked on the 5-step guide together, but I'm going to aim this question at you. So when you were putting the 5-step guide together, obviously someone wanting to do good in the world is not limited to just 5 steps, right?
Sure.
It's a simple guide to put across to people as sort of like a foundation, right? So there would have been other steps that were considered that didn't make the cut, essentially. Are there any other steps that you would encourage people to do in their pursuit of trying to do good that aren't necessarily on the 5 steps guide?
Great question. I think the 6th one would just be keep reading, keep researching, look for other opportunities that aren't here. I know that's a bit of a, I don't mean that as a cop out at all, by the way. Like, I think lists of 3 and 5 are quite good. And I find that this list of 5 aligned with the 5 that I personally found to be quite impactful, and a lot of research behind them being impactful. But that said, we all have our blind spots. So I think a 6th one would be look for other opportunities. And again, this comes down to personal fit, which is what makes it kind of messy. With these 5 steps, we thought of them as 5 broadly accessible steps for doing good. But you might have an opportunity there because, you know, you have connections, or you have a particular skill set or a particular passion. Like, I wouldn't recommend that everyone build a YouTube channel, but Lawrence, I think your channel is pretty good, and you definitely have skills in that regard that I don't have, being a bit of a technophobe. So there's an element of like finding your personal fit outside of those. So that'll be the 6th one, I guess. Is just like keep researching for things that we miss with those 5.
Yeah, and you referenced this multiple times when you were talking, and obviously Magnus's talk was massively about this, but the 5-step guide primarily is about actions we can take to directly do some good, right? But there are going to be, like, I don't know how you could refer to them, like personal supportive actions. So like things you can do that support yourself in the long term to be able to do good, right? So for example, self-care. Do you have like 1 or 2 things you personally do to support the general project in your life of doing good that you think, yeah, benefits your capacity to do that? And if those are hyper specific to you, are there like similar things you think maybe other people could try out?
I think connect with others would be a huge one. I was thinking about this, like, there aren't many people out there who are antinatalist, although people often overlap with these 3, who are antinatalist, vegan, concerned about suffering. Like, the proportion of the population who any one of those labels applies to is going to be quite small.
Yeah.
So building community is really important. And actually, the loneliest one for me there was when I first went vegan. I didn't really have anyone to support. There was no one to support there, and I found that I kept getting in confrontations with people, not like beating people up or anything, you know, arguing with people and this sort of thing, with people who didn't really understand. And that was bad for my own mental health. And it was also bad for the cause as well. I didn't really do the angry vegan stereotype any favors. So I think like finding community, mostly online, I think, just because if you restrict yourself to in person, then, you know, you miss out lots of people. When we live in the age of the internet, you can connect with people. But if it does have an in-person element, even if that's just once or twice a year, that's really important. And I do make sure, as part of self-care and also part of trying to be impactful, making sure that I do have those kind of in-person opportunities to connect with people who do have similar values.
Yeah, I actually think the in-person element, even though it's more restricted in terms of who has access to it and how often they might have access to it, it's super important. There's just something about the quality of interaction in person that you don't get online. You know, online you can exchange ideas and you can sort of emotionally support to each other to a certain degree, obviously, and often it can be a significant degree. But you know, at the end of the day, we're social animals, and having that in-person contact, especially with people like you're saying, you know, people who are aligned with you on these sorts of values, which is, you know, granted a small number of people, is super important.
No, definitely. And one other one, actually, and this has been a real focus of mine over the past couple of years. It sounds corny, but just being kind. I don't think that I'm a particularly like naturally kind person, if that makes sense, or like what people would think of as a nice person or a good person or something like that. I was talking about this with my wife. I used to be quite confrontational, just argue with people about philosophical issues and just in general. And I think that's just terrible from everyone's perspective. It's bad for the people around you, it's bad for yourself, and it's bad for the cause areas that you represent. And I think that being kind is just so beneficial to it's just beneficial in those three ways. It's beneficial to other people, of course, because you're kind to them, but it's beneficial to yourself, because I find that being kind to yourself as well as being kind to others, it does, it brings that level of self-respect, and just you feel less kind of tense and anxious all the time, or on edge with that fight or flight syndrome. But also it just makes me a more reasonable person as well. Like, I know that we're going to have a debate shortly, but Les and I are very keen that this won't be like a blood sports debate where we're straw manning each other or something like that, because it makes me less reasonable. If someone said something and my instant response is to say, "Oh, what an idiot, why would someone say that?" then I find that I'm less able to not only listen to what they're saying, but also kind of reason and kind of take on board the arguments and then formulate my response to them, which doesn't have to be disagreement or anything like that. So I find that just being kind and charitable has just so many benefits. And of course, if people like you more, then they might be more likely to become an antinatalist or become a vegan or donate to charity, whatever it is that you're looking to encourage people to do. So I'd say those two things. I'd say connection, preferably in person, and then just really trying to act kindness and empathy, which doesn't always come easily to me, but I find that it's really beneficial. I do.
Yeah, and I know obviously this is a case study about you, but one thing that I just wanted to add as well, which I've found super important, and I'm sure you have as well, given on your second slide you talk about the sort of more personal interests you have, like football, for example. It's super important to not make everything in your life about antinatalism or like generally trying to do good, right? And this is kind of part of self-care. I found that even though the overall, and this obviously will be the same for you, or presumably anyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but the overarching pursuit that I want to have and goal in my life is to try and make the world a better place, reduce suffering, do good. But it's so important for you to be able to do that. You need to unplug from that goal in the short term sometimes, like a few evenings a week or whatever, or however long. Sometimes unplugging from the thing that you want to achieve is actually beneficial in the long term to achieve that thing, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Like having normie hobbies. Like I think some people, and I kind of went down this trap at one point, people are like, oh no, I need to be productive all the time. I need to always be on. So if I'm not working, I need to be listening to podcasts about the suffering in the world and what I can do about it. And I think that that's just a one-way ticket to burnout, Phil.
Yeah.
And I for a period of time I tried to do that. I was like, my way to relax will be listening to podcasts about suffering, focus, whatever. And there is time for that, but I found that it was all too much. So I find sports a good kind of off switch. Following Norwich City, even though we're terrible at the moment. I'm a big fan of rugby union as well. Following the England and the men's and women's England rugby teams, listening to podcasts about those, and went to a game recently. And these kind of things, like, it might not be the most optimal use of my time in that moment, but I do think over the long run, just being a normal person with normie hobbies and being able to switch off is super important.
Yeah. One final thing as well that I wanted to mention on something that we spoke about before. Another benefit, I think, to one, unplugging and engaging with activities or people that are unrelated to this wider goal of doing good in the world, and also having the in-person element and not just being online. I think those two things contribute to guarding against like radicalism or radicalization. Even if your motivations are altruistic, a lot of harm can actually be done by someone who's pursuing what at least they believe is altruism, but it takes a more radical, toxic, unforgiving form that doesn't listen to others and things like that. And there's something about being online and the dehumanization that can facilitate, that can encourage radicalism. And I think, you know, obviously both me and you, and I'm sure everyone watching would say that radicalism is not helpful and can often do a lot of harm. I think that in-person element that you were saying is super important for guarding against that, because you will naturally come into contact with people who, yes, may be aligned with you to a certain extent, but there might be other ways they're not aligned with you, and that can help make you reconsider things or buffer certain tendencies you might have. Whereas when you're online, it's much easier to to screen out people that disagree with you, if you get what I mean.
That I definitely, as you said, that dehumanization element online. And yeah, it's good to get yourself out of an echo chamber if possible.
Yeah. So sorry, I was making that about my prescription. So back to the 5 steps. So someone might be looking at the 5 steps as you presented them, and there might be some of those that seem quite daunting to someone. Now, if I was going to guess which of those steps were going to be daunting to someone, they would probably be most likely career, because, you know, that's like, it's just like a big step. If you haven't thought about changing your career before, you're maybe coasting in your career. That's going to be perceived as like quite daunting. Also, becoming vegan might, you know, in practice, I think both you and I had very easy transitions. It wasn't like a big arduous thing. And I think in general, for a lot of people, it really isn't arduous. But for some people, it may be difficult. And also, it is just perceived as difficult, right? So it may seem quite cumbersome. Do you have any advice, not necessarily on just those 2, but do you have any advice in general on people that are looking at this 5-step guide and are feeling it quite daunting to take those 5 steps, or maybe specifically 1 or 2 of them?
I think just do your best. It comes back to the self-care perspective, and don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you think about things from a black and white perspective, so let's say that you're going to go vegan, and then 6 months into your attempt to be vegan, you find out that your toothpaste was tested on animals that you didn't consider it before. From a black and white perspective, you could say, oh, well, you haven't been vegan for 6 months, or you failed to be vegan for 6 months. But from an impact perspective, if you've stopped consuming animal products, and the only animal suffering or animal breeding that you were contributing to was the testing of your toothpaste, then you've had a massive positive impact compared to where you were before you made this attempt. And I think that shift in my thinking from like a purity perspective to an impact perspective is really, really beneficial. And it comes back to that self-care element as well. So if you are struggling with something, rather than thinking about it in terms of like all or nothing, it's either 100% perfect or it's failure, thinking about it as progress that you are making and how you can make gradual progress could be more beneficial. So also just to say that, as I said right at the beginning, these 5 steps don't have to be followed in order. As I said, these go back to 10 years for me, long before I heard about the concept of antinatalism, when I first decided that I was actually going to try and take action in my own life to make a positive impact on the world. And I muddled my way through those 5 steps and continue to muddle my way through them today. So not thinking about them in terms of an order that you have to follow. It's not like a video game where you can't get to level 3 unless you pass level 2 or something like that. But I'd say those 2 things really. The order is not too important, and thinking about it in terms of doing better than you were previously, rather than this black and white, perfect success or failure.
And so this is maybe related to the daunting question, in that, so someone might be looking at the 5 steps guide, right? And generally, you know, they are pretty sympathetic to wanting to do good in the world, but they don't want, I mentioned this to Magnus as well, there might be some people who, you know, they kind of want to be, they don't want a pursuit of doing good to be like a detractor to their life, right? They may see this as like a form of sacrifice, and they don't want to sacrifice big things in their life to benefit others or do good in the world in general. Can you speak a bit about your personal experience and maybe any like general reflections on whether pursuing good or doing the 5 steps is a sacrifice, or have you found that actually it's maybe brought some positives to your life?
This is where I said about like doing good being rewarding and not feeling guilty or not feeling like it has to be a sacrifice and you have to be suffering in your attempts to alleviate suffering. You have to be giving up a lot. I've found it massively beneficial. And a lot of these things I think are decisions that you have to make anyway at some point. Like chances are, unless you were born extremely wealthy, in which case, good for you, you are going to have to go out and earn a living. You're going to have to do something for your career. So you might as well decide to do something that you find rewarding and aligns with your values and has a positive impact on the world. In the same way that you have to spend if you've got money and you're earning enough that you do have, even if you're going to have to spend your money on something, whether it's rent, food, whatever. And so it's like I don't go on as many holidays as I used to. I don't eat out at restaurants as many times as friends that I know. I don't have fancy branded clothes, but I just find all of those things that maybe not the clothes one because I've just got no fashion sense whatsoever. But, going on holiday is great, and eating out at a restaurant is good fun. But for me, I just don't find it as personally rewarding as donating that money. I did really enjoy eating animal products back in the day when I didn't really think about it. I enjoyed eating omelets with eggs and like chili con carne in particular, like beef chili con carne. But I just don't think the pleasure of eating those, just from my own perspective, wouldn't outweigh the guilt of the animals that I brought into existence and then subjected to suffering. So really, while it has been effort, I don't think it has been more effort for me personally. And it doesn't have to be anyway. I think an unhelpful way of thinking about doing good is that the more personally taxing it is for you, the better. And just to give an example, in the animal activist community, there are people who go and disrupt hunts, like people are going out and hunting, say foxes or something like that. And, often they get beaten up. There's conflicts. The police get involved. It's quite a difficult thing to do. It's a bit expensive as well because you need to kind of come together. And it's not to say that this isn't the most, there's anything necessarily wrong with doing that. But I have absolutely no objection to people like me who decide that this isn't the best use of their time, that they'd rather focus on their career than doing something that's difficult and dangerous. But these, like hunt sabs, as they're called, hunt saboteurs, they get a lot of respect because people recognize the effort that they're making. And I recognize that this is difficult and dangerous. And, those people are making a big sacrifice. But I don't think the size of the sacrifice is what you need to focus on. Like, focus on the impact that you're having. And you can take actions that are impactful, that are actually really straightforward. Like, it's not a big sacrifice for me to say, okay, I'm not going to go on holiday next year. I'm going to donate the money instead. That's fine. Or maybe I'll just go locally. Maybe I'll stay within England, whatever it might be. Like, you find your way around it, and you don't have to try and think of it as a sacrifice, and you can enjoy it too. Like, as I said, like, give yourself permission to enjoy doing good. Don't make that your key thing. Like, focus on the impact first. But there are plenty of ways that don't have to feel like a sacrifice that can be really, really impactful.
Mm. Yeah, no, 100%. And I think you use this wording saying that doing good could be meaningful as well. So there's the sense that you can bicker about have you made more effort than you otherwise would have by just leading your life generally, but the effort you're expending is allowing you to lead a life that you're probably going to perceive as more meaningful, right, as well. So yeah, and like you said before, you don't have to feel guilty about recognizing the positives to yourself for doing good for others. Yeah. Okay. So should we leave it there? Because I know you've obviously got the debate next. So maybe we can give you a few more minutes to like rest and prepare yourself before the debate. Were there any final brief thoughts you wanted to share before we close?
Well, just thank you for obviously hosting me, Lawrence, and thank you to everyone for tuning in. Please do check out the 5 Steps to Doing Good as an Antinatalist resource. Obviously, all the slides and links and everything will be shared. And I do actually have some links in the presentation for the organisations I mentioned throughout. But just to say, again, a big thank you to everyone tuning in. And really that point on not feeling guilty about it feeling good, this is making an effort to try and do good has drastically improved my life. And I don't feel any shame or sense of conflict around saying that. I think that I was going to spend my time doing something, and fortunately there are ways that you can spend your time that are both beneficial for you and for others. And hopefully the 5 steps will help people to do that.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Thank you, obviously, for the help with organising the conference generally, the admin, and also doing the presentation. And like John said, we'll send out the links later via a newsletter, so you'll be able to get all of the links from all of the sessions, so you won't miss anything. But thanks so much, John, for doing that. And we will be back briefly. We will be back soon for the debate. And just a reminder, we're raising money for MSI Reproductive Choices. And the QR code is in the top left of your screen. So you can scan that. There's also a link in the description to be able to donate to the fundraiser. And yeah, we've already had more donations over the course of today. I haven't checked it right now, so I don't know exactly where we're at, but we can give maybe a bit of an update. We can give an update definitely in the closing remarks at the end of the day. But yes, thanks, John, and we'll be back soon for the debate.
Hello.
Hi, everyone.
So the session has started, so you guys can go for it.
Cool. All right. So,
Hey, Catherine.
welcome everyone. My name is Catherine. I'll be moderating today's debate. I thought briefly I'd share a little bit about myself and kind of what brought me here. So I have a YouTube channel focused on animal rights and I guess you could say like total liberation. And a few years ago, I posted a video about how 2020 made me embrace antinatalism. And I had encountered David Benatar's argument for antinatalism prior to the pandemic, but I didn't really have like a good argument against it. I just didn't consider myself an antinatalist until 2020. It was my personal experience with panic disorder that really solidified it for me. Although I had already made the decision not to have children, I kind of realized in the throes of a horrific panic attack that it was not just a personal choice, but a morally good decision. And because I like live a very privileged life, I still suffer, and my hypothetical children would inevitably suffer as well. So, yeah, that's what brought me here. The motion of today's debate is, should extinction be the goal of the antinatalist movement? This is not a debate about whether extinction is a good thing or not. It's whether we as antinatalists should be promoting a message of extinction. It's more so a debate about strategy. We thought it'd be helpful to explore kind of the different views of what general direction we should be aiming our efforts to do good as antinatalists. So arguing for the motion, we have Les Knight, who is a finder, not founder, of the voluntary human extinction movement. And arguing against, we have John Williams, an animal advocate and co-founder of Antinatalist Advocacy. So as for the format of the debate, we'll start with opening statements and then move into an open discussion between the two debaters. Then we'll open up for questions from the audience, give closing statements, and then do a quick wrap up. So if you'd like to ask a question, you can find the link to the form pinned in the chat as well as in the description box. Our first guest, Les Knight, is a volunteer in the voluntary human extinction movement and has been suggesting that people stop procreating since the early 1970s. Les advocates for our voluntary extinction as an aspirational goal that is highly unlikely to be achieved. Our second guest, John Williams, is the co-founder of Antinatalist Advocacy and has a strong interest in suffering-focused ethics. He has been a card-carrying antinatalist for over 5 years and is a longtime animal advocate. Over 5 years, I'm wondering if that was kind of around the same time as me with the pandemic.
March
John
2020, so definitely during the pandemic. Lots of reflection.
Okay. And John is particularly focused on practical efforts to do good, and will be arguing that extinction should not be the goal of the antinatalist movement. You'll each have 10 minutes for your opening statements, followed by 20 minutes of open discussion, and then we'll have 30 minutes reserved for a Q&A and 5-minute closing statements to round things off. Again, the question form will be in the chat, and there's also a link to donate to MSI Reproductive Choices, which is our fundraiser. All right, so take it away, Les.
Thank you, Catherine.
No problem.
Yes, I consider myself the finder rather than the founder because I always knew someone had to have come up with this somewhere along the line, and it just got lost in all the native cultural conditioning. Earlier this year, I learned of a French activist who laid it all out about 100 years ago, Marie Huot, although I can't pronounce her name properly. But so I just found it again. It got lost. So I would like to start by addressing the futility of human extinction as a goal. It's theoretically possible, but the chances of success are slim and none. So why would we pursue an impossible goal that might make us look foolish? Well, I've never worried about that. It seems to me that the goals most worth striving for are highly unlikely to be achieved. World peace, for example. Humans have always been killing each other. Why even bother to try for peace. Stopping the sixth extinction, ending exploitation of animals for food, convincing everyone that it's immoral to bring a new person into existence. Now, these are all goals worth pursuing, and none are likely to succeed. So I see these as directions rather than goals that we actually might achieve. I know I'll never see the day there are no humans on the planet. Knowing I can't succeed in my life's work has helped keep me from getting burned out or disillusioned, as I've seen happen to so many activists over the years. Because of my promotion of voluntary human extinction over the past 50 years, I've included in a book that's coming out next January called Live to See the Day. And it's a collection of stories about people working on something they know they'll never see the day that it's accomplished. So as a strategy for getting more people to understand the concept, should antinatalists hold back from advocating for our eventual extinction? Well, my aversion to pandering to existing misconceptions just to make an idea more acceptable started in 1970. At the time, human overpopulation was accepted as an obvious part of the environmental movement, which I was very interested in. Earth was fast approaching 4 billion humans, so I joined Zero Population Growth, ZPG. Their motto was Stop at 2, which most people were doing anyway, so it was very popular. It legitimized procreation because it supposedly just replaced a couple. Of course, it doesn't work that way, and actual zero population growth was so far off that it couldn't even be extrapolated at the time. I decided that rather than stop at 2, we needed to stop at once. That's when I arrived at the conclusion that Earth's biosphere would be far better off without us. I saw each new human as a destroyer of nature. Their suffering wasn't my concern because I was firmly in the deep ecology camp. Social ecologists were concerned about eco-preservation because our well-being depended on it. And the idea was also more popular among mainstream environmentalists as a result. Protecting nature for its own sake wasn't as appealing. We were considered anti-human. So ZPG changed their name to Population Connection, so they're now PC. They found that the stated goal of a human population that wasn't growing was holding them back, although they assured us longtime members that that's still a goal. So today, the message of population awareness organizations is to have smaller families. Consider having none or one, and be sure to stop at 2. So I can't blame them for not wanting to alienate their patrons. If any of them said that the intentional creation of one more of us by anyone anywhere can't be justified, they'd be done for. So each of these attempts to appeal to a wider audience blunts their message, and so there's a trade-off, a weaker message for a wider appeal. I was blocked by Michael Mann, a well-known American climate scientist, for commenting that a large part of our problems today are because scientists in the past downplayed the findings. So he's concerned that doomsayers will cause people to give up on the climate crisis. Well, I'm concerned that people will keep sentencing new humans to life if they aren't aware of our dire situation. So don't give up. There's still hope. We can turn it around. Oh, thank God, we wanted to have another child. There's not that much hope. If we don't advocate for our extinction, we place ourselves in an illogical position. It means that some human births could be justified someday. Well, they can't, ever. So when promoting antinatalism, extinction might not be the best way to start off. It could alienate people, but the possibility should still be acknowledged. When I'm promoting our voluntary extinction, I don't lead with antinatalism. If people have never considered that it's cruel and immoral to bring a new person into existence because of the suffering they'll experience, it comes across as too negative. I try to present the positive aspects of phasing ourselves out instead of running through the list of horrors we're causing each other in the biosphere. There will potentially be more of everything for everyone. We can take care of existing people. World peace might be possible if we aren't fighting over resources. Wildlife habitat could expand if we didn't need more human habitat. Now, none of these are antinatalist points, of course. So presenting antinatalism positively is more of a challenge. We're sort of handicapped from the beginning with a name that starts off with anti. Saying life is better without offspring is just the child-free philosophy. Maybe we could say how happy all the people who don't exist are, having a non-existent party for eternity. It's just unfettered, carefree, safe fun. Well, that is, until a couple of people jerk them into existence. At vehement information booths, more and more people are bringing up the concept of antinatalism. Sometimes they'll say, the world is getting worse, and until things turned around, I'll never have a kid. And that's my opening to introduce them to antinatalism. All human cultures evolved to be natalists by selective pressures. Any culture that wasn't natalist would be outbred and overtaken by those that were. It was never a good idea to bring someone into existence. And from ancient texts, we know that proto-antinatalists tried to tell people, but it never caught on. When births are an unquestioned good, a counter ideology is needed, or it was needed before we reached 8 billion. The time for antinatalism has come, though it's probably too late. So my strategic approach is from an anarchist perspective. Instead of trying to convince people to take on a specific philosophy, I think people should be encouraged to think about what actions they might want to take and why. We'll change no mind before it's time, but we can give it a good nudge. Extinction, like any new aspect added to the philosophy of antinatalism, is a distraction from the basic foundation. However, these concepts should be seen as a smorgasbord of appeals. Bring in more adherents. As they nibble on this and that idea, they might find what satisfies them for the time being. Making it socially acceptable to not co-create more than we already have is more important, but that's already happening for a variety of reasons. Young people often don't feel they need to come up with a reason beyond just not wanting to. In the past, people who deviated from the default life had to justify that choice. Now it's just, I don't want to, and you can't make me. What's really needed is making it possible. Full reproductive freedom doesn't exist anywhere. Restrictions on the right to not procreate range from inconvenient to violent and even fatal. Hundreds of millions of women, girls and women are denied their right to choose if, when, how often, and with whom they procreate. If we want an achievable goal that we can all agree and work towards, I think sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR, fills the bill. At the same time, we can encourage others to become more aware of their procreative options, especially antinatalism. Our eventual extinction because of not procreating doesn't have to be a prominent goal, but it can't be separated from the antinatalist philosophy. May we live long and die out, for whatever reasons we like.
All right. And John, would you like to take it away?
Sure. Can you both hear me? Just checking.
Yes.
Apologies for not being on camera, and I realise now that I'm just a voice coming out like Big Brother on the screen. But yes, just recovering from this back injury. But yes, thank you both. Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Les, in particular, for that opening statement. Really grateful to both of you for this debate and everyone watching for tuning in. I'm going to begin my opening statement with a few definitions. So first, I define antinatalism as the conclusion that it is wrong to bring sentient beings into existence. I define antinatalists as the people who agree with this conclusion. And I'm going to define the antinatalist movement as antinatalists who want to do good in the world in ways that align with the antinatalist conclusion. I know there is some debate on whether there is such a thing as the antinatalist community, let alone the antinatalist movement. But if you're tuning into this, there's a decent chance that you subscribe to the antinatalist label and want to do good in ways that align with the antinatalist conclusion. I'm going to be arguing against the motion that extinction should be the goal of the antinatalist movement for three practical reasons. One, it seems like an unrealistic end goal, specifically voluntary human extinction. Two, a focus on human extinction could turn potential allies into enemies.
And 3, a focus on human extinction distracts us from tangible good that we could otherwise be focusing on. I'm now going to address each of these 3 arguments in turn. 1, extinction seems like an unrealistic end goal. According to UK government data, approximately 80% of women who have reached the age of 45, roughly the end of childbearing years, are mothers. Now, this number is falling, and it doesn't speak to parental regret or people who regret having children. But this also doesn't speak to involuntary childlessness or people in the 20% who did not have children who wanted to be parents. But either way, it still seems that in a country like the UK that has a low birth rate, a below replacement birth rate, the majority of people still want to be parents. Why is this relevant to the debate? Because to achieve the goal of voluntary human extinction, we would need to convince everyone to voluntarily forego their biological and social drives to become parents. I don't think this is a case of me taking an ambitious end goal too literally. The goal is embedded within the phrase voluntary human extinction movement, not the voluntary childlessness movement or the voluntary low birth rate movement, a bit like the stop at 2 that Les mentioned before. The phrase voluntary human extinction has extinction as its aim. All you need to do to defeat this goal is to have just one couple or one woman with access to a sperm donor decide to have children, and then you have thwarted the goal of voluntary human extinction. Now, you could prevent this person from procreating, but then you failed on the voluntary part of the goal. So in other words, voluntary human extinction seems like an extremely unlikely goal for us to achieve. Now, I will quickly address involuntary human extinction, which, to be clear, Les does not promote, just because it is brought up often in antinatalist spaces with the big red button, etc. I think that with AI, nuclear weapons, and man-made pandemics, involuntary human extinction actually seems quite likely, but I don't think this should be the goal of the antinatalist movement. I think it would be extremely immoral and lack humility to be so confident in our antinatalist beliefs that we grant ourselves permission to violate the autonomy of billions of fellow moral agents to either sterilize them or wipe them out entirely. As well as being horrifically immoral, I think strategically a focus on involuntary human extinction would be suicidal for the antinatalist movement by making ourselves the enemies of natalists who would understandably see us as a threat to them and their children. And this leads to my second argument against extinction being our end goal. 2, a focus on human extinction could turn potential allies into enemies. I want you to imagine, just for the sake of argument, a potential ally to the antinatalist movement that we'll call Peter the parent. In this hypothetical, Peter supports many efforts to do good that seem to align with the antinatalist conclusion that it is wrong to bring sentient beings into existence. He supports full access to contraception and abortion so that nobody goes through an unwanted pregnancy. He opposes breeding billions of sentient beings in animal agriculture and wants to see a transition to a vegan food system. And he also opposes creating digital sentience or AI systems that experience suffering by bringing them into existence. Now, in my opinion, I think Peter would be someone to collaborate with in these efforts to do good. But Peter the parent might be put off by the discourse he sees in the antinatalist community about wiping out humanity, or at least sterilizing him and his children. Even a focus on strictly voluntary human extinction would likely be off-putting for Peter, who enjoys being a parent and disagrees that he has done something wrong for giving his kids what appears to be a good life. And so, in this hypothetical scenario, our focus on extinction drives away Peter the parent and many other potential allies like him that we could have collaborated with if we'd had a different focus. And that leads to my final argument against extinction being our end goal. 3, a focus on extinction distracts us from tangible good. There are plenty of things for us to focus on that align with the antinatalist conclusion that appear to be far more realistic than voluntary human extinction. For example, improving access to contraception, moving away from animal agriculture, and opposing the creation of digital sentience would likely lead to fewer sentient beings exposed to the harms of coming into existence. There are already movements that focus on these and other cause areas that align with the antinatalist conclusion, and this presents the opportunity for us to collaborate with others, even if, like Peter the parent, they don't subscribe to the antinatalist label. Now, we don't have to be sneaky or hide our actual views when collaborating with others. We can be crystal clear that we are antinatalists that believe it is wrong to bring sentient beings into existence. And if everyone agreed with us, humanity would go extinct. But we can also be clear that this seems unlikely, and we therefore focus on more realistic means of doing good. That's why I think a focus on extinction is an unhelpful distraction. In conclusion, to recap, I've argued against the motion that extinction should be the goal of the antinatalist movement for 3 practical reasons. Voluntary human extinction seems like an unrealistic end goal. A focus on human extinction could turn potential allies into enemies, and a focus on human extinction distracts us from tangible good. I'd like to end my opening statement by acknowledging the appeal of extinction as an end goal. Maybe different to you, Les, and potentially you as well, Catherine. I actually view nature, with all of the animals suffering from being eaten alive, as well as suffering disease and starvation. I view nature as a total horror show, and therefore a larger human population with fewer wild animals could in theory lead to less suffering. However, I'm also fearful of the huge amount of suffering that humans could cause in the future, such as by creating digital sentience or spreading suffering throughout the universe by colonizing other planets. Therefore, I'm sympathetic to the idea that human extinction would actually be better than the current trajectory of our species. That said, I think we need to be more practical in our efforts to do good and not focus on comforting but unrealistic scenarios like convincing everyone to not become parents. There are tangible areas of good that we antinatalists can focus on that do align with the antinatalist conclusion that we can collaborate with others with that seem way more realistic and achievable. Therefore, I believe extinction should not be the goal of the antinatalist movement. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move into open discussion. Do you have a comment on that, Les?
Well, yeah. I wish we disagreed more. It'd be more interesting for our viewers, I think. But, yes, I pretty much agree with all of that, except, of course, since I am a volunteer with the Voluntary Human Extinction Movement, I really think that's what needs to be put forward, even though it is completely impossible. And the reason is that it helps people realize our place in the biosphere, which is out. But John has a good point about, I will never be on any of these podcasts of population balance, population matters. None of these mainstream environmental population awareness organizations will even touch voluntary human extinction movement because they've got to uphold their position. That's why CPG changed their name to PC, so they would not be laughed out of Congress, and they wanted to have an impact. So yes, they now are still part of the establishment and can help influence and get materials into school and so on. And if they said there should be no births, well, that'd be the end of them, wouldn't it?
No, and just on that, actually, Les, there was something you said at the beginning about not worrying about looking foolish. And I do think that, like, whenever you're advocating for good, you're going to have people who oppose you and they might call you names, and you do need a bit of a thick skin whenever you're kind of putting yourself out there. But I do worry with looking foolish specifically that a bit like with the examples you brought up, it might actually really harm our potential to collaborate with others, particularly on like the areas of doing good, like you said about SRHR, sexual reproductive and health, right? Is the H for health, sorry? But reproductive freedom, essentially. If we do look foolish to people who are campaigning for reproductive freedom, I do worry that will make us less impactful. So I'm interested in what you think about like looking foolish with respect to collaboration.
Yes, I can see that position for sure. People who are advocating for SRHR would probably say, thanks for the help, but no thanks. We don't need your help. You're making us look bad. We are not for extinction. We're for people to go forward and so on. But we don't have to officially have their approval to approve of them. That's been the case all along. Where, yes, go ahead, Catherine.
Oh, I was going to say, if you can clarify when you use like acronyms, because at the SRHR, can you clarify what that is again?
Yes, sexual and reproductive health and rights.
Okay.
So shorten it to SRH, but you got to have the rights. That's all part of it too. It hasn't become as popular as it should, because it sure is a convenient acronym, SRHR. That's what we want.
I did have another question, if that's all right, Les. There was something that you mentioned about spreading habitats. And I do think that there is a difference between you and I in terms of how we view nature. And as I said, I do take a suffering-focused approach to ethics, and I am very worried about the amount I see of suffering I see in nature that's not caused by humans, animals eating each other alive and this sort of thing. And I also do have a sentiocentric understanding of antinatalism. Like I said at the beginning, I view antinatalism as the conclusion it's wrong to bring any sentient being into existence. So a moral agent like a human bringing another moral agent into existence. Bring another being into existence. Sorry, a moral agent like a human bring another being into existence. So I don't think like the lions are doing anything wrong by having children, because they're not moral agents. But just on the spreading habitats point, because I know that there is a lot of advocating for rewilding and humans intentionally spreading ecosystems to areas that there currently are none. Would you see this as conflicting with antinatalism as you understand it? Because I do think personally that would be a case of us, through our actions, bringing more beings into existence.
Yes, I always associate antinatalism with humans, bringing humans into existence. And we shouldn't, because of the harm that will come to them and the harm they will do to other species and the world as a whole. So if we take care of all of the suffering that we are responsible for, which is ourselves, each other, through wars and conflicts, but also through animal agriculture, I don't need to give you the numbers. I think those are all very clear how much suffering goes on in our breeding and killing and eating of livestock. 70% of the birds on the planet are poultry. So if we take care of all of that, the part we're responsible for, the part that we're not responsible for, which is really not our business, I would say. We have never really benefited the natural world. We might bring condors back from extinction or a few things like that, but really that's just undoing what we've done. And yes, there's a lot of suffering in the natural world. That's what drives evolution. If they didn't feel pain, they wouldn't survive. There's a condition that humans sometimes have where they don't feel any pain. They don't live long. Oldest was about 25 years old. So I think we should back off on nature, except for rewilding as much as possible, and preservation of their habitat and their lives with overpasses, underpasses on highways, and that is what we are responsible for in the suffering of wildlife. And hunting, of course, usually is not a good idea for them. There might be argued that since we've eliminated predators, they'll suffer less if we kill some off, but pretty weak. So that is my position on wildlife suffering.
And I could definitely see with some of those things I would advocate for, like you said, the passes, so that I think they're quite common in the States. I think you have a lot more wild animals than we have here in the UK, but so that animals don't get hit by cars when they're crossing a highway or something like that. I guess where I see a bit of an inconsistency is I worry that with people, you're thinking about them from the individual perspective, in the sense of like the suffering is experienced by people when it comes to advocating for things like reproductive freedom. And I do worry that when it comes to environmentalism and we're talking about the biosphere, we're then talking about the ecosystem in a way that ignores the experience of individual animals. So, for example, if we reintroduce predators or we rewild an area, we would be bringing beings into existence, which would conflict with my sentiocentric antinatalism. But I could still imagine that that might be good for the ecosystem, in quotes. But those animals that would otherwise come into existence, they're going to be eaten alive or die of disease, etc. And I just do wonder, Les, if there's maybe, by antinatalists having this focus on the ecosystem in this broad sense, or nature in this broad sense, we kind of miss the perspective of the harms that individuals face from coming into existence, which for me is at the core of antinatalism. I'm interested to get your thoughts on that.
Yes, you're right. It is more concerned with the entire biosphere and with ecosystems' integrity themselves, rather than individuals. It is unfortunate that the gazelle is taken down by a lion, but it also keeps the gazelle population healthy, and that's just the way nature works. It's just yesterday I read of a chimpanzee troop that made war on a neighboring chimpanzee troop, killed 21 of them, and in the aftermath, their infants survived better, and they had more of them. So I'm, as brutal as it is, I'm thinking, geez, our closest relative is a murderous ape, and then I'm thinking, well, maybe that's kind of how humanity has been. We've been killing each other ever since before we were Homo sapiens. And it's really awful. Of course, the way to stop all that is to stop procreating. There won't be anybody killing each other if there isn't anybody here. But speaking of, I should give you a chance before I go on to address that, John, if you had a point.
Sure, and definitely I think that, I think with the overall point, at least it's intuitive to me, and I used to work for, I won't name them, I used to work for a very large environmental organisation, very prominent one, that humans have not benefited the ecosphere, benefited nature, and again, even the perspective of wild animals, like changing migratory patterns and this sort of thing. There's a lot of suffering there. I'm thinking about it from the perspective of the individual wild animal. And, as mentioned, I'm an antinatalist because I'm concerned about the harm of coming into existence. And whatever causes me that harm, especially if I'm a wild animal that can't contextualize things, I don't think it necessarily makes a difference to them whether it's a human that's causing that harm or another animal that's causing that harm. And I think this is especially relevant for something like rewilding, where I do view it as humans bringing in beings into existence. I don't know if it's, I don't think it's necessarily inconsistency, but I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of, like, if we bring the animals into existence, they then get eaten alive by another animal, but because we didn't cause the animal to be, we didn't eat them personally. Like, the lion hunted the gazelle that we bred through rewilding, or caused to come into existence through rewilding, but because it benefited the system overall, the ecosystem overall, that there's nothing problematic with that. I would find the harm that we would cause by spreading nature, even if we don't cause it at the moment that it's experienced. We don't infect the animals with diseases, we don't hunt the animals. Like, it doesn't appear morally to be. It doesn't appear to be better from the animal's perspective, if that makes sense. And I just view that we would be responsible because we are the ones that brought those animals into existence. And it doesn't really matter to them that they were hunted by lions rather than hunted by humans with guns.
Yes, the suffering.
We can definitely move on. Sorry, this is I've talked a lot about wild animal suffering. So. Yes.
Yes. I think that is the division that we have, I make the dividing line between non-human animals that are domesticated and non-human animals that are not domesticated. In one case, we're totally responsible. We brought them into existence, shouldn't have, but got to eat. So we overpopulated and couldn't survive on what was there. And so now we raise animals as well as plants. So I think getting on to how we are perceived by those we want to seem rational to, I think if we say we want to wipe out all of the animals on the planet because they suffer, that is probably just as ridiculous sounding to most people as wanting us to go extinct. People are rather enamored of wildlife, even if all they've seen is David Attenborough episodes, which show them rather idyllic, although a lot of times they do show just how much suffering there is from predation. But that's how it works. It's another example of human supremacy, which is what's gotten us into such a dire straits as it is. Human supremacy, thinking that we know what's best for the entire biosphere, has been around for billions of years. Some furless ape comes along and goes, "Oh, we don't like that. We think we should change that. Too much suffering."
I do agree and I don't think like active intervention into the wild is directly related to antinatalism. Like I said, I think it's like if we were doing rewilding, we were bringing those animals into existence. I think that would be related to antinatalism. But I do agree, someone who's also concerned about the suffering of wild animals, advocating to turn the Amazon into a huge car park and just concrete everywhere practically doesn't seem like the best way to go. And certainly in the last talk, I brought up Wild Animal Initiative, and they don't take that kind of approach as well, because they know that it's not going to be particularly a winner for collaborating with others who do like nature. I did have a question for you, Les, in terms of like how you think about how I think my comments on the goal, the unrealistic end goal, because we both agree it's an unrealistic end goal, like an aspirational end goal of voluntary human extinction, and whether or not you think that it's as big of a problem as I think it is. Like, I think that the fact it is so unrealistic is a big problem for pushing it, both directionally and also reputationally as well. We might look a bit overconfident in our persuasive abilities. But you acknowledge right at the beginning of the talk that you do also view this as an unrealistic end goal, and you're not kidding yourself in that you will see a day when there are no more humans. So I'm interested in you think that it's as much of a problem as I think it is, or like what I'm missing in terms of me viewing it as a big problem.
Why I think that we shouldn't try to wipe out all of the rest of the life on Earth?
No, sorry. That you're so my comments on voluntary human extinction, the fact that we both agree that it's a very unrealistic end goal.
Mm-hmm.
I view it as a big problem, both just directionally having something that we can't achieve, but also just in terms of our reputation, that we might look like we are massively overconfident. And I'm interested in seeing as we both agree that it's unrealistic. Your thoughts on my comments on its unrealisticness, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah. So like that story of the child throwing starfish back into the ocean after a storm has thrown them clear up onto the banks, and somebody say, "You're never going to get all those starfish back in the ocean. It doesn't matter." I say, "Well, it matters to this one," and they throw it back in the ocean. So each time that we help someone realize that it would be not a good idea to bring somebody into existence, that's one more that it matters to. So I don't care that it's impossible. Of course it's impossible, but we can do the best we can, try for it, and incrementally along the way, unlike the goal of extinction, we can help people improve their lives by not procreating and improve very much the hapless victim of their prurient interests.
Now that definitely makes sense, and I do like the parable of the. Is it a parable? Is that the right word? The story of the starfish, where she's throwing them back. I guess just a point of disagreement there. There was something you said, and apologies if I'm. Please do correct me on this. You said something about that if we don't focus on extinction as an end goal, then we might be implicitly saying that human births are okay, or like at least some human births are permissible.
Right.
And I view it differently. I think that, like I was saying towards the end of my statement, I think that we can be very clear that we are antinatalists. You know, I helped co-found Antinatalist Advocacy, and it's got antinatalist in the title. But at the same time, especially when we're speaking with people outside of the community and trying to collaborate, just say, because we view convincing people to go extinct as an unrealistic end goal, we're going to focus on these other things like reproductive freedom.
Mhm.
I don't think it's implicit by not having this focus that we are saying that that some human births are okay. I think it'll be fine to say we just recognize that we're not going to convince everyone, so we're going to focus on other things. In much the same way as like there are animal advocacy organizations that focus on like institutional changes and systemic changes to transitioning over to a plant-based food system rather than advocating for convincing everyone to go vegan. And it's not because they think it's okay for some people not to be vegan. It's more that they recognize that it's maybe not the most impactful approach to take. They want everyone to be vegan. They recognize that it's unlikely everyone will be, so they focus on other things. And I guess that we could do, I guess I'm saying that we could do the same as antinatalists, where, you know, we want everyone to stop procreating. We recognize it's unrealistic, so we're going to focus on other things. Do you think there's like a contradiction or something wrong with this approach?
No, it's very practical. If we are for reproductive freedom, that also includes procreation. If a couple wants to do that, the freedom part is making the choice and making sure that people have the choice and a fully informed choice, not overly influenced by natalist cultural conditioning, which is a big order in itself. But yes, you're right. If we say, how about having meatless Tuesdays? You know, oh, come on, just stop eating meat. Well, it's a start. And, you know, we're getting there.
Yes, definitely. And I think that reflects my own approach. Something I brought up in the last talk was that if I'm focusing on the impact rather than the personal purity, that yes, things like meat-free Mondays, they do bother me in the sense of like, if you recognize that it's wrong to eat meat, why not do it 7 days a week? Like, why not refrain from it 7 days a week rather than 1 day a week? But then at the same time, I've seen, and I'm not so sure about meatless Mondays in particular, but something like veganuary, where they encourage people to go vegan for a month, or at least eat a plant-based diet for a month. There's been some positive like evaluations of that and the impact of that. So I think when I was first vegan, I would have said, no, veganuary is not a good thing to support because it's not all the way, and 100% vegan is the moral baseline, all this sort of stuff. And now I'm a lot more kind of impact focused and think about like it's in, you know, veganuary aren't saying it's okay to only be vegan 1 month a year. They want everyone to be vegan all the time, but it's a start, you know, and maybe the same with like that they're not called the low birth rate movement, but the different movements you talked about before, like Stop at 2 and this sort of thing.
I think we agree on this. I'm not going to shame people when I see them, they're pregnant. So how could you do that? Shame on you. It's like, no, of course not. They made the choice. Maybe it wasn't the best choice. We don't think it was, but, you know, don't want to be dictators about this whole thing. Voluntary reproductive freedom and so on. Are we ready for questions from?
Yeah, I wonder, Catherine, if you had any thoughts or reflections.
Yeah, I'm curious. There does seem to be a few questions from the audience, but I was wondering, like, with veganism, for example, there seemingly are only positive impacts. Like, if everyone went vegan, it would be just like nothing bad would come out of that, I don't think. Whereas with voluntary human extinction, like there are a lot of problems that would come from like the dwindling population. Like there would be a huge population of elderly people, and then there would be nobody to take care of them. Like the healthcare system would collapse. Like, I don't know if you have any comments on that, Les.
Oh, sure. Well, obviously that is a concern, and it's happening already. The number of old people like me who are not taking care of themselves or can't take care of themselves and need help is increasing. The boomer boom in Western countries will be over not too long. Of course, it's going to continue on in other places. I think if we ever did phase out and the population is expected to is projected to peak in about 2070 at about 10 billion, which would be horrific in itself. But there will be fewer people in old age suffering, not being cared for, if we have fewer of us born. Of course, if you're not born, you don't die, and you don't get old. But I think you plan ahead, and that's what, if you can. A lot of people can't plan ahead. That food insecurity is so rampant. A billion people don't know where the next meal is coming from. So telling them to plan ahead is a cruel joke for them. But it can be arranged to take care of people, even down to the last few people, because they would plan ahead.
And just to come into that as well, I definitely agree. And as you point out, Les, it is already causing a problem, the aging population in parts of the world, with things like healthcare and providing for people and this sort of thing. And I agree that planning ahead is the way to go. I think that sometimes I've seen antinatalists kind of downplay the problem of the dwindling population, of falling birth rates, especially like what it means for society. I'm always just brought back to David Benatar's comments about it being the procreational Ponzi scheme. Like, I was brought into existence, and to make my life go well, I then need to bring in the next generation to look after me, make my life go well. And the next generation has to bring in the next generation to make their own lives go well, etc. And it does feel a bit like a Ponzi scheme. And yes, I think it'll be tough. I'm optimistic with things like AI and automation that, well, again, it's just so uncertain, but at least in theory that could help with this transition to a lower human population, or at least a smaller human workforce. But it will be difficult. I guess I just come back to thinking that this is a problem for us who are in existence to solve. And it's not fair to bring in the next generation to kind of solve that problem for us, because then we go down the route of the procreational Ponzi scheme that Benatar talks about.
Right. Yeah, fully agree. And when people say, well, we don't have enough workers to take care of the old people, have to pay into taxes into the pension system. Well, the U.S. spends almost $1 trillion on war. And now other nations in Europe and so on are talking about boosting their war expenditures. It's 2% of their GDP, and it's supposed to go up to maybe as much as 5. Who knows how much? So all of that money wasted on killing people, if it were converted into taking care of people, problem solved. Don't need to breed more workers. Pretty unrealistic, isn't it?
I definitely agree with that.
I do want to know what your thoughts are on the difference between other goals being unrealistic versus voluntary human extinction, because I kind of see a difference, because I think that convincing the world or getting people to like shift to a plant-based food system, that's like way more attainable in my mind. Like,
yeah.
And same with like world peace. Like, that's obviously we're never going to have total world peace, but that's even more like attainable seeming to me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have thoughts on that too, John. But
Well, if we could have a moratorium on nuclear weapons and phase them all out and eliminate them, that is practical, possible, could happen. I mean, right now we've got 1,000 guns pointed at each other's heads, ready to go off. That the trigger is set. So yes, that is an attainable goal, but we don't seem to be getting close to it. Did I answer your question, or did I get sidetracked?
it's kind of a hard question to answer, honestly. I don't know like what I don't know if I can even articulate why. That's just my intuition. Is just like it seems like so far-fetched that we could just voluntarily go extinct. These other goals seem
that's
not
it's part of the reason
more attainable.
Yeah, it's part of the reason I promote it, is that it helps people realize, okay, why do we not want humans to go extinct? So let's get some thought about that. And some of the answers are just amazing. None of them make any sense, of course, to me, but it's interesting to hear people explain why humans, without us, the universe doesn't have a consciousness and reasons like that. So it's really pretty interesting. That's why I never get tired of hosting information tables and booths. People will come up and go, "What is this? I'd never heard of this. What is it?" And I explain, and they go, "Oh." Then they have their ideas, and that's the fun part, is listening to people give reasons for wanting to procreate, reasons for perpetuating our species in spite of the evidence. And a lot of people just go, "Yeah, I agree. I'd never heard of it before, but include me in."
I guess from my perspective, there's something about the goal of voluntary human extinction that I don't feel with respect to like world peace, because I view that, imagine that we managed to get the amount of war deaths down by a significant proportion, and especially with a lot of the initiatives like the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and a lot of the conventions came out of World War II, which is just unbelievably bloody war, 60 or 80 million dead. It's just absolutely horrendous. And you know, the following years weren't great, the Cold War, etc., which was hot in a lot of periods, but it wasn't as bloody as the first half of the 20th century. And it didn't mean that world peace was achieved, but I would still view it as a win, you know? I like, not even as a win, like there's something about like you have an end goal, and if you get 80% of the way there, that's really good. I don't know if extinction, that doesn't feel the same to me. It feels so final. There's something about the extinction point being so final that I don't know, even as like a North Star, necessarily how helpful it is. Like if we have a population of 7 billion humans or a population of 3 billion humans, even though I don't know if we're necessarily closer to extinction because it's still so far away. Like 3 billion is a lot of people. Like maybe I'd be, if there were like 100 humans, I'd maybe be a bit more comfortable with it as a goal. I don't know. There's something about it too. There's also part, as I said about the voluntary part, it does restrict our options. So sometimes when I speak to animal activists, they say something like, "We need to convince everyone to go vegan." And I disagree. I say, we need to get people stop eating animals. And whether that's convincing everyone to go vegan, whether that's making lab-grown meat, whether that's switching over to a plant-based food system, I don't really mind. I'm actually quite agnostic in terms of how we get there. But we've got this end goal. We want to stop breeding animals and animal agriculture, just end animal agriculture. And there are lots of different ways that people are kind of working towards that in different ways. And that makes it more realistic to me. And again, if we end up with an 80% vegan world, that's a lot better than where we are now. You know, if we massively reduce the number. Whereas with voluntary human extinction, it does restrict us in our ways of doing it. And as I said in the opening statement, you would only need one person to choose to procreate to thwart the goal, let alone billions. I don't know. It just, there's something about it which just doesn't really work as an ambitious North Star for me, that a goal like world peace or ending animal agriculture, I don't feel that same kind of resistance to it, if that makes sense.
Right. I think you're right.
Okay, well, we have quite a few questions from the audience. So this was for Les. If extinction is the public goal of antinatalists, how can we communicate in a way to minimize shutting down any mainstream engagement?
Shutting down mainstream
Engagement.
interest. Sorry, my speech to text somehow quit working.
Oh, engagement, mainstream engagement.
Mainstream engagement. Oh, yeah. Well, in some ways, my promoting our extinction has got me on right-wing programs all over the place, and wouldn't have been on there if I was just promoting fewer people. So in some ways, I get more exposure because of it. I'm not sure of the question. I've got
I think they're asking if it is the goal, can we communicate it in a way to minimize people shutting down?
Oh, sure. Yeah. And that's through the route of reproductive freedom. You say, do you think that everyone on the planet should have the wherewithal to not procreate if they don't want to? Very few people would disagree with that. And so we've got the common ground. And of course, even if everybody agreed not to procreate, it'd be 120 years or so before we actually went extinct there. So yes, I think reproductive freedom, SRHR, is the way. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Okay. So I guess that kind of ties into this other question to both of you. They were asking, like, how much in practice do you overlap? Because you both seem to support practical things like access to contraception. Is this debate mostly academic?
Sure. Yeah, it is.
I guess from my perspective, as I said before, I do agree that we shouldn't worry about looking foolish in the sense of people saying mean things that hurt our feelings. But I do think we need to worry about looking foolish with respect to collaboration. And both in the sense of, I think we might look quite arrogant. Oh, sorry, dropped my laptop. Current lying down for this debate. Both in the sense of, like, we might look that we are quite arrogant or overconfident in our persuasive abilities if we make voluntary human extinction our end goal. But also the way that people might take this very personally. I invented this potential ally called Peter the parent, who intuitively doesn't think he's done anything wrong with having children, as a lot of people don't. But he does see a lot of more tangible suffering, like animal agriculture or something, and unplanned pregnancies and this sort of thing. So I do think that there is a lot by what we say our stated goal is in terms of putting people off and being frozen out of conversations. I think there really is something there that we need to be very mindful of. And I do think that being overconfident in our ability to change the world is a really common trait that I've noticed in social movements. I gave the example of vegans being overconfident that they're going to convince everyone to go vegan. But I've seen this, and apologies, Catherine, if I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm not sure. I've watched your videos. If you are like a socialist or a Marxist, I don't mean those as just don't mean those as a slur or anything like that. I know that you've been a lot on right-wing TV, Les, where they would view both socialists and Marxists as a slur. But I have been in like some Marxist spaces, and they just talk about it so confidently in the space I've been in. Like, oh yes, once we rule the country and this sort of thing, like it's a done deal. And some antinatalist spaces, I see people talk in these ways. They're like, so yes, we do need to plan for the final generation. And I was like, whoa, what? Once you've convinced everyone to be an antinatalist, what's your evidence that this is going to be the case? So I do think that we need to be careful of our own hubris. And while Les, you do agree that this is, Les and I are not in disagreement that this is not an unrealistic end goal. I do think there are some norms, both internally in terms of our own thinking, and then externally how we're perceived about putting this front and center.
Yes, I think so. So in the regards of preparing for the day that there are fewer people, that is academic because it's not going to happen. And I do see, as you say, many movements think if we can just get 5.5% of the population, then everybody else will be on board. That's sort of been the attitude of population awareness for over 50 years, and Extinction Rebellion. If we just get people aware that we've got to stop using fossil fuels, I'll glue my hands to the road and throw soup on a painting, and then enough people, and then there will be a shift, a paradigm shift. So that is it is an arrogance that people need to carry them forward in these social movements, but of course they burn out because it doesn't ever happen.
And just to add as well, Les, I like the way that you said in your opening statement that by you not thinking that it is going to happen, that guards your own mental health and guards against disappointment, you know,
Right.
by not convincing yourself, like not kidding yourself that you are going to be able to convince everyone. I think that's a positive way to view things. Sorry, Catherine.
Mhm.
Oh, there's a few questions for you, John, that are kind of similar.
Sure.
So one person said, if we don't have extinction as a public goal of antinatalism, wouldn't people call us out for being deceptive? Because it's obvious that accepting this position results in accepting extinction. And then alongside that, someone asked, if we don't have extinction for our goal, do we have an antinatalist movement at all? What are your thoughts on that?
No, I massively disagree. I think that you can be an ethical vegan and still not think that our strategic goal should be convincing everyone else to be an ethical vegan. You can think, okay, we see a huge problem with animal agriculture. So rather than applying this one means, you know, this one form of activism, this end goal, we're going to convince everyone to be vegan because we are ourselves convinced of being vegan. I don't think that follows.
The goal would still be a vegan world eventually. Like that's the end goal, but it's like, oh, what's the best means to get there? Some would argue not necessarily trying to individually convince people to go vegan, but like your end goal is still veganism. So
I guess in that sense, it's like a vegan world, but not everyone is convinced in their mind that animals matter. If that makes sense. Like you can have a world that just doesn't eat animals because it's not available. Like in the UK, you can't buy dog meat. And there might be plenty of people in the UK who just don't eat dogs, not because they're objective, because it's just not available to them. And I think you can have a vegan world where people are, I don't see anything wrong with eating animals, but I can't get it. I can't eat animals because all the meat in the store is grown in the vat, or it's all plant-based or something like that. I just don't. I just don't see the connection, but there is like an intuitive connection in the sense of like if everyone was convinced by our position, then humanity would go extinct. But I don't think that means that we have to try and convince everyone to come over to our position. I don't see how the two are there. Like I would definitely. I've heard some people say that what we need is an antinatalism by stealth strategy. So we don't tell people we're antinatalists, but we get inside movements and then we kind of steer them carefully. And I've heard similar stuff said in like Marxist spaces as well. Like we get inside movements and steer them to align with Marxism, but we don't tell them that we're communists or Marxists because then they'll be onto us. And I just think that's the wrong approach. I think it just encourages norms of being deceptive and sneaky, and I would definitely be against that. Like I wouldn't set up an organization called Antinatalist Advocacy if I thought that we should keep antinatalism like under wraps, you know. I just think there's a big difference though. We can say, look, we are antinatalists. We think it's wrong to bring sentient beings into existence, and we want everyone to agree with us. We don't think everyone will agree with us, so we're not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on more realistic goals. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. There's nothing sneaky, and I don't think that the antinatalist conclusion therefore ties you to one form of activism, which is convincing people to be antinatalists or convincing humans to voluntarily go extinct.
Okay. And another one directed for you, John. if we water down our message, wouldn't we also have a recruitment issue? Because antinatalists won't connect with the message to then be motivated to do good.
Again, I don't. If the thing that they're motivated to do isn't that promising, it doesn't appear to be that, it doesn't seem to be particularly realistic. If someone's like, I'll only get involved in antinatalism if we advocate for human extinction, that doesn't feel like we should necessarily cater to that. Like, that feels like a bit of an odd one to me. It's like we should adopt it because that feels, if anything, a bit sneaky, actually. If we're like, we don't actually think this is an impactful message, but we're going to promote it here so that people get involved. And when they're involved, we're going to steer them towards something more helpful. That feels a little bit sneaky to me. I think we should just promote what we think will be helpful and impactful. And if we don't think that advocating for extinction, voluntary human extinction, is impactful or helpful, then we shouldn't do it. I think we should just have very clear and upfront with people, just for positive norms in the community, and also just to respect people as well. Imagine that people come along to the antinatalist community, the antinatalist online activism meetup or something like that, because they think we're going to go out and convince humanity to go extinct, and then they get there and they're like, "What's all this talk about? Plan your career and donate to this factory farming charity. This isn't what I'm here for." So I think that, just being honest, honesty is the only policy. Well, it's not the only policy. I think honesty is the best policy, both from an impact perspective and also just from our own norms. It's just good to be honest.
Okay. Les, what has your experience been promoting the extinction message, if people receive it well or not?
Oh, over the years, it has become more and more positive. People, when I was early on, they would go, "Yeah, we probably shouldn't have more than one or two. Maybe we shouldn't have any, but going extinct, count me out." But lately, more and more people are going, "Yeah, I was thinking about having kids, but we've been talking about it and decided it's just not a good idea, and we're not going to do it because the future just doesn't look good enough. And yeah, the planet would be better off without humans on it. But of course, it's just, as someone mentioned, academic. It doesn't mean that somebody who comes to the information booth and I convince them, yeah, we should go extinct, it's like it's going to have any effect on our future extinction. It's just it's an idea to hold in mind, to help us overcome the hubris of human supremacy and human exceptionalism, human-centeredness.
So what are your thoughts on Extinction Rebellion as a movement?
Their first goal, they say, is tell the truth. But they aren't telling the truth, and that is that there are too many of us on the planet, and we've got to address overpopulation, overshoot. They avoid that like the plague. So that's my feeling about Extinction Rebellion. And I'd like to see that energy utilized in more directly practical terms, trying to get solar panels, electric vehicles, and windmills everywhere as a solution. Even if it were a solution, it would be a temporary one, as long as we're continue to increase our population by 70, 80 million a year. So any cause is a lost cause without what we used to say, population control, but now that term has fallen out of control. Without reproductive freedom, I guess we could say. Without that, and very few will want to touch it, thanks to the work of George Monbiot, saying anybody who thinks we're overpopulated is a racist and punching down. It's like, no, it's the other way around. But it's really difficult for somebody to change their mind. So I don't hold out hope for George Monbiot, but so many things he's good about. That's just the breaks.
Well, I guess I have a question for you about the environmental movement in general. Like, and the concept of accelerationism. Like, if you're pro-extinction, would you not kind of be at odds with, you know, these movements because their goal is to like stop climate change from making us go extinct?
Right.
Would you be like for climate change? Like, bring
No,
on more climate change so we can just
no,
die
it
out.
really matters how we go extinct.
Oh, I guess that's true. Voluntary versus involuntary.
Versus involuntary. It's far more likely we're going to involuntarily go extinct as the biosphere collapses, and you know, the sixth mass extinction will take us with it, probably earlier on than we would like to think. So yeah, that's another reason not to procreate, is it will be one less victim to the sixth mass extinction, which is, it's on the way, and I don't know if it's stoppable. We're certainly not making any effort to stop it with new pesticides coming out all the time. Insects go. That's the little things run the world, as E.O. Wilson said.
And for both of you, let's see, trying to understand this question. Okay, this one, have you taken your strategies from other movements, or do you think the antinatalist movement is unique in some way?
I'm happy to come in first, Liz, if you'd like me to. I think that it is important to learn from other movements. Of course, we are unique. Like every social movement is unique. But I do think that there are helpful lessons from other movements that we can learn from. I guess for me, antinatalism is a hard sell. I mean, it's got anti in the name, and it's not a knock on David Benatar or whoever it was who first kind of coined the phrase or put it out publicly in common usage, because I think certainly in Benatar's usage of it, it's about describing the term accurately rather than thinking what it looks like from a PR or a branding perspective. But I do think that antinatalism, because it is a hard sell and anti anything, it just sounds very negative. I think it would be quite difficult for the antinatalist movement with that branding. But that said, there are parallels that we can take. I think that the two movements we've talked about a lot on this debate, the animal advocacy movement and the environmentalist movement, not only because there's a lot of overlap in personnel, like antinatalists are often animal advocates, environmentalists, or both, but also where we can learn from their mistakes and failures, the mistakes and successes. I gave the example of vegans being narrowly focused on convincing people to be vegan as an example of what I think we can learn from, and not narrowing our focus. I think there's quite a lot of parallels there in terms of convincing everyone to go vegan versus convincing everyone to stop breeding. I think that there are some parallels with the environmental movement as well. Thinking about, like, while we shouldn't worry about looking foolish and that people say mean things about us, but you know, I don't know how it is in the US. A lot of people in the UK hate movements like Just Stop Oil and view Extinction Rebellion as a nuisance. And there was a case where an Extinction Rebellion protester kicked someone in the face from on top of one of the London Underground metro trains, and it just was terrible PR as well as being immoral. So I think that there are definitely things that we can learn from both. And I think for me, I draw heavily on like the PR of the environmental movement and wanting to, you know, being concerned about what others think about us from a practical perspective, and also the being like the hubris of thinking that we can convince everyone, which I know you don't have that hubris, Les, but it's easy to fall in. I've seen that a lot in other movements I talked about, you know, with vegans and Marxists and this sort of thing, of thinking that we will succeed because we will just convince everyone of the truth of our message, being wary of those.
Okay, well, those are pretty much all the questions, and it looks like we're at time.
We'll have time to address that myself. I think we can learn from all the other movements. Whenever they focus on the bad stuff, they start losing it, like the Extinction Rebellion being a nuisance. but also environmentalists. Almost every environmental article starts off with several paragraphs of all the bad stuff. It's as if we have to tell people how bad things are before they will go along with our message. I think we need to start off with the positive right off. And in fact, why even bother to go to the negative? People know what's going on that's negative. They don't want to be reminded of it. I don't want to be reminded of it. I skip those paragraphs of storms, like, so that is my addition to that.
Yeah, do you want to go ahead and give closing statements? I think that's next on the agenda here. Yeah, Les, do you have a closing statement for us?
Yes, I would say we always look for the common ground, and that's what we have done today. We have found the uncommon ground where we've deviated, but the common ground is more important because that's where we start from, and we both agree on reproductive freedom, freedom in general.
Yeah, John, do you have a closing statement?
Sure. I was going to say, really, thank you both of you for this debate discussion. I think, Les, was it Tucker Carlson you were on back in the day? Was that your biggest platform as like a right-wing show? Have you been on some others? I think I've seen your interview with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, about 20 years ago. That has received the most views.
Yes.
Years. It's just kind of a perennial.
I'm going to go watch that. I haven't seen it.
I've really admired the way that you have promoted this message, especially when you're like on the right-wing panels or, people who aren't going to be particularly perceptive to this message. Just coming across as a nice, friendly person, it goes a long way. Like if you just personally be likable.
Yeah, it really bothered him that I was compared to Mr. Rogers in the New York Times article. It's like, he wants us to go extinct, and you call him Mr. Rogers? He's my hero. I love it. I think that's great. But I'm a substitute teacher for decades. He's trying to push my buttons. Hey, you can't professional supply teacher. We've seen it all.
Yes, I think you do need to have that like calm composure, the demeanor. You said people pushing your buttons to be a supply teacher, and there is just something about, as you said, like finding the common ground and the way that you've gone about spreading your message. I really, really do admire. As we've talked about, we obviously have some disagreements, not just obviously with the debate proposition and whether this should be the goal, but about how we view wild animal suffering and this sort of thing. But right. As we said, we arrived at some points of agreement like reproductive freedom, animal agriculture, and I think I really like, really, really grateful to you, Les, for this conversation and like the charitable way that we've had it, and thank you, Catherine, as well for moderating. Really big fan of your YouTube channel as well.
Oh, thank
you. I guess
you.
my take-home message would be like, and we've both had this approach too, is that it's to really focus on what's practical. I'll go back to say like the different areas where there are existing movements that are campaigning on issues that align with the antinatalist conclusion that are not voluntary human extinction. So, for example, the one we keep saying, reproductive freedom, moving away from animal agriculture, opposing creating digital sentience, like sentient AI that can suffer. It's just a horror, dystopian nightmare. Now, me and Les would personally disagree about this, but I would be very opposed to rewilding, as I said, because I think that would be a case of humans bringing other beings into existence. And there's a growing movement around concern for wild animals as individuals and their individual experiences. So we can collaborate here. If you go on the Antinatalist Advocacy website, we have the 4 cause areas, organizations that you can donate to or even work for or volunteer for, or, be involved with those movements around those different cause areas. And I just do worry that human extinction, voluntary or otherwise, as an end goal, does harm our ability to collaborate. As mentioned, I do also worry that voluntary human extinction as an end goal, it's one thing to have like a North Star, but something that's so unrealistic, I do think it does harm internally our own thinking about potentially convincing ourselves or our own hubris, which you definitely don't have, Les. But I've seen that trap where we think that we can be more persuasive or more impactful than we can be. And externally as well, people thinking that we might be, wildly arrogant or unrealistic in our ability to kind of push this forward. But that said, love the debate, love the discussion. Thank you to, again, both of you and everyone who's watched and you sent questions in as well. I've really enjoyed it too. And if you want to find out more, I'd say look at the Antinatalist Advocacy website and different things to focus on there.
Yeah.
That's everything.
And I guess I just wanted to add one thing that just came to mind, like in terms of practical things we can do, which is the child-free movement. Like, they're not exactly antinatalist, but I think promoting that type of content, like sharing your child-free lifestyle and like talking about it, it's attractive to people who might be like on the fence about having kids.
Yes.
And I think that's another avenue.
I would definitely agree. And just on that, sorry, Catherine, just to say, like, we obviously got Dr. Jay Zygmunt from Child Free World speaking tomorrow. Like
Cool.
That kind of like practical advice is really beneficial, because it's one thing to like get something in the abstract to say, okay, I think I shouldn't have children, or okay, I think I should go vegan. And there's like, okay, but what do I do practically about it? Like, I don't know. I've got a ton of questions. And so like promoting a child-free lifestyle is like very practically what it is, making it acceptable. Say, yeah, look, we're normal people. You can be child-free and be just a nice, ordinary, normal person. And here's how practically I go about it. I think there's a real benefit to that as well. So just to agree with you there, Catherine.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. And I guess one last reminder that we do have a fundraiser for MSI, the reproductive choices. And yeah, I believe Lawrence will now be giving a few closing remarks. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, welcome everyone to the closing remarks. John, can you hear me? You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to be like again, big brother voice kind of from the side.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I'm going to keep the QR code on screen right there for people to donate to the fundraiser. We're just going to do a few like brief closing remarks, nothing massive, but a few reminders and bits of information. The first thing I wanted to do actually is share with people how much we've raised over the course of today. So what I'll do is I will share my screen so that people can see the fundraiser and we can have a look at it together. So people should be able to see that now. So, John, I don't know if you remember how much we started with at the start. Yeah. So we started at the beginning of today, we started with about, I think it was 300 to 350 pounds raised for MSI. Now, all of that, like we said before, is going to be matched. So that's actually going to be double already. So even before the conference started, we would have raised between 600 and 700 pounds for MSI reproductive choices already. Now it's the end of day one. We've raised 608 pounds, which is about well, it is. You can see it there, 80% of our goal already, right? So that's the end of day one. We've got a whole nother day to go tomorrow. And that's going to be, so far, quick maths, £1,216 for MSI reproductive choices with the match donor in there as well, which is amazing. So thank you everyone who's donated already. John, I don't know if you have anything on that.
No, I was going to say that is amazing. Impressive mental arithmetic there, Lawrence.
Thank you.
But
I don't have an A level in maths for nothing.
Last time I looked at the fundraiser before today, it was about 250. Again, getting a third of the way there before the conference even started was great, but 80% at the end of day one is just fantastic. So thank you so much for everyone who's donated, and hopefully get a few more donations tomorrow to take us up to that 750 target.
Yeah, no, that's it is amazing, and that's with 19 donations so far. So it just shows that that money will go on to have a big impact in MSI, and that's just. I guess someone could have made multiple donations, but let's say they're independent donation. That's 19 people who are going to make a big impact through just a few clicks in MSI, which is great. And just as a reminder, we've got the details in the description here. So £10. So this data is straight from MSI's impact calculator on the website. So £10 goes to prevent an unintended pregnancy, which obviously could go on to result in a birth, and £20 goes to avert an unsafe abortion. So that is great. And thank you everyone who's donated so far. That's great work together, and it's Antinatalists doing good during the conference when we're encouraging antinatalists to do good. So we had a couple of other things to quickly note on before we close for today. So the first is obviously just thanking everyone who's come over the course of the day, and to the speakers who have given up their time and their energy to help make today happen. And obviously thank you to you as well, John, for helping organize the conference, being one of the speakers, and also being one of the debaters as well.
I mean, you have to host all the sessions because I'm lying in bed, but I do really appreciate it. Thank you again to you for all the admin.
Yeah, no. We've mentioned it a few times throughout the course of today, but we will be sending out a newsletter with all of the relevant links from today linked in the newsletter. So if you're not a member of the newsletter already, join the newsletter. I believe, let me double check, but I believe we did put a link to the newsletter. We did in the description of the conference, but also perhaps the moderator could put a link to the newsletter if they have it in the chat as well, so it's easily accessible for people. But yeah, we will send out that newsletter in a few hours time, later today, but in a few hours time, so it gives people time to join the newsletter if they haven't already. I think that was basically everything. Do you have anything else to say, John, or you can think of anything we need to mention before we close for today? Oh, we can go over what's happening tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say,
anything else?
Tomorrow's session, so we're looking forward to.
Yes. Yeah. So tomorrow we're starting with David Benatar. Obviously, he needs no introduction, but I will be speaking with David about antinatalism and our duties to do good. So that'll be great. We also have Jay Zygmunt, who runs, or is one of the runners of Child Free Wealth, one of the co-founders or founders of Child Free Wealth. And that's going to be great. He is going to be talking about how we can prepare our finances, I think generally, but targeted towards wanting to do good. And then we're rounding off the whole conference with the one and only Rivka Weinberg, who is going to be given a presentation, and then obviously we'll have questions following up on that, called Against Altruism. So that'll be interesting. We'll get into exactly what she means by that in the actual session. And then obviously we will have another set of closing remarks at the end to hopefully see if we've met the the full goal for the fundraiser, or gone above the goal, hopefully, which will be cool. We've actually only got £142 left to raise until we hit the goal. So I think that's really achievable over tomorrow. But yeah, John, do you have anything else before we close out?
Other than to say thank you to the last donor. Someone's just put an extra €50 in 4 minutes ago.
Oh,
So
really?
we're now up to 651, which is just amazing.
Nice. All right, amazing. Absolute legend, whoever that was. Yeah, no, that's yeah, sorry, go on.
I was going to say, I keep interrupting people, not having the camera on. Again, I do apologise for inconvenient intro.
No, I actually very quickly want to apologise for people on the technical side. That I know it would have been great if we'd have had like a picture of John up as like an avatar. I think I have actually now learned how to do that. John might appear now. Yeah, so I've actually now learned how to do that. It was super simple. I should have done it from the start. It would have made things a bit nicer for people. Apologies, we haven't done that, but yeah, that was me being a bit of a boomer.
Well, I definitely was going to help in that department when it comes to tech.
Yeah, no. Cool. I think that is everything. So yeah, we'll let people get on with their day or go to bed if they're tuning in from somewhere in the Eastern Hemisphere. But yeah, thank you again for everyone for coming. Thank you for the speakers for giving up their time. Thank you for the moderators that have been working in the background. They know who they are. And obviously, thank you to you, John, for being a speaker / helping organize this. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.